PvP. I have to go back to that one level because people skip the cutscenes, man.
Whatever you need, Caddy Bree.
Is that harassment?
Happy to help, CB.
Harrison Ford. I'm Harrison Ford. Star Wars trilogy. It had an impact on the world. All right, here we go. Let's go back to the Goblin Tower. 1200. I mean, she should be strong enough. I might die a terrible death, but let's go for it. This could be bad. This could be really bad, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I hope I don't die.
I almost took up knitting for a minute there, but then I didn't.
But then I didn't. But then I didn't. But then I didn't. Let me look who asked. I don't know. Alright, so the goblin sharded. He sharded everywhere. Whoa, $20 tip out of nowhere.
Casual donated $20. Have a nice lunch on me, pal.
A lunch? Don't worry, I'm not gonna eat. I'm gonna put that $20 towards games I don't play. I mean, savings account. Savings account. Thank you, Far. Thank you so much. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me put that in the top dono spot right now. I have to make it automated someday, but not today. Not today. All right, there you go. Should be good. Thanks so much, Far. That's a lot of money. $20. I'll try to be more cautious about spending that because, yeah, that is a lot. You could have done like $1. You could have got the top spot anyway. $20. That's,
That's no crystal
humbled.
tower.
I'm humbled.
So what's this Hamburg got up
I
his
am humbled.
sleeve?
Truly. So thank you very much. Monetary. Yo, I made it. I'm quitting my job right now. Alright. I'm wearing shorts now, by the way. It's really hot. Like, all the windows, like, they emanate heat. All the windows are like radiators. It's radiating heat. Radiators? Radiating heat? Radiator? Radiator? It's really hot. I can't imagine how hot it is in the other area that's hot right now. In California, the northwestern, Seattle. It's scary. Animals are dying because of heat exhaustion. It's terrible. It's all terrible. Not everyone can afford air conditioning. Or it could break or something. So you know there's at least one person without air conditioning up there. Even with, like, it's... I can still feel heat. I'm surprised. It's on max blast. Oh, I have it on low fan because I think it might blow up if I put it on high fan. Animals are dying, Alfred. They are. Animals are dying, Alfred. What would you have me do? Endure, Master Wayne. Take it. They hate you for it, but that's the point of Batman. He can be the outcast. He can make the choice that no one else can make. The right choice. Today I found out what Batman can't do. He can't endure this. I guess today's the... Wait. I don't know. Alright, something like that. I lost it. My CPU is no... My CPU is, My CPU... How did I forget that line? A learning computer. My CPU is a neural net processor. A learning computer. The more contact I have with humans, the more I learn. The more I learn. You dare touch Hercules? I mean, wrong movie. It would've... I saw a picture like a dog was outside laying on the porch. I was like, the dog shouldn't even be outside. But then again, they might not have air conditioning. I assume they did. I'm trying like to do new move. I'm trying to do more unique moves here. What? Hey, Rusty Shackford, welcome. Have you been playing Dark Alliance? Ow. Has a bow and arrow, only does melee attacks. There you go. Played a little. Nice. Did you buy another copy for VW, or have you not decided yet on that? Taking turns, maybe? You could take some turns. I want to play another game later today. It's a new game, never seen before on stream. On stream. It's not a new game, though. It's quite old, actually. Almost 20 years old. I've never played it. It's a female protagonist. Came out in 2002. Cost $10. Metal Gear Solid 1. No, one day it will. Blood Rain. I actually didn't play Blood Rain 2, I think. I forgot about that. I want to play that in October for Halloween theme. So I'm going to save that. Just, that's another reason to live. I have to stay alive for that Halloween goodness. All those Halloween games that I'm saving up.
Now that tower comes down, but not before I've taken a few shots at this ham boob.
But not before I've taken a couple of shots. Shot. Everybody! Tomb Raider. Oh, yeah, Tomb Raider. I want to play Tomb Raider. The first one. Ever. All of them, really. Just thinking about it makes me want to stream for 1 billion hours straight. And just do every game I wanted to play. Right now.
Treasured dwarven sculptures.
I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it. I want to do, yeah. I might do some off stream playthroughs, so I can get more gaming done, more games, play more games. But I don't want to play games that are, I don't know. I'm working on it. That's all I'm saying. I'm putting great thought into it. What the heck? I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Off screen. Yes. I have some free time at work. I can actually play games, but like only in short bursts. So I'm trying to think what games are the best to play without a camera or even voice that don't really require a reaction, that are kind of probably boring to watch too. And here we are playing Dark Alliance. I mean, we're good. I could probably skip all these monsters. Yeah, I have to reach the tower. Ah! Legends. Yeah. Yeah. True. Yeah, you're right. I don't play Dragon Ball Legends that much because I'm like, oh, this could be good for the stream though. but then I never stream it. So this is not good actually.
Let's see this shotty's.
Hurt bad.
I'm down bad right now. I'm down bad.
Gonna make us through with yoga.
That does some good damage.
Going crawling.
Oh damn. I'm logging in. Yeah. Yeah. Pokemon Go. There are dailies to like go to a gym every day and stuff, but I was like, I'm just gonna not do that. I'm not gonna do that.
That's no Crystal Tower. So what's this Hamburg got up his sleeve?
If I'm at a gym by chance, then I'll take it over and stuff. I'm just gonna rush to the end. Let's see what happens. Wait, I could loot though. Who says you have to kill every enemy? Except the game. The game does tell you to kill a bunch of enemies, but not now. All it says is reach the thing.
I see you there,
Well,
baddies.
yeah. I'm getting the bonuses. Whatever those are. I don't even know what most of them are. I'm just like, okay, I got that today. I've been watching a lot of movies though, so that takes movie break. 2 hours each.
Who would want to live in a tower when you could have a damp, dark hole?
I watched like a medieval Age of Dragons with Danny Glover. Was actually pretty good. Probably one of the best ones because it didn't take itself too seriously. It was just like an action movie, action medieval movie, and it's fun to watch Danny Glover. He's a cool guy. I like to watch him as an actor. He plays that hero type pretty well.
I wonder what's on the menu.
To me, I like it. What else? Today I watched 8 Mile. That was cool too.
What are you waiting on, girl?
I watched The Walking Dead season 1. That was fun. Pretty good, pretty good. I don't have to kill these guys. Let's go. Getting distracted. What? What hit me?
Shotty's bit on that.
Mom spaghetti. Yo, it really does sound like he's saying that. He says it so fast. Mom spaghetti. My arm spaghetti. My arm spaghetti. It's like a weird voice for rapping. Mom spaghetti.
What, because you can't see him? What? Because he's invisible?
It's like the MT stream voice. Yeah, what up, guys? It's the MT rap voice. Yo, mom spaghetti. My ball? Oh, yeah, I was here.
Somebody grab her bow!
Somebody grab her bow.
I see you there.
Saying through his nose. Mom spaghetti. Mom spaghetti. Yo, you ain't nothing but a G thing, baby. Something like that. Yo. I wonder if he went to like a speech therapist to train his voice. There's different ways you could talk. I could talk like this the whole time, guys. Streamer guy. Or I can talk like this if I want the whole time. I can talk like this, like Meatrod. A Meatrod avatar. Meatrod VTuber. I could talk like this. I could talk like this the whole time. Master Wayne. Oh! Imagine that. That should be like a redeem. Like pretend you're this guy. You could choose what I do try to be. Just a Pokemon.
Jigglypuff, 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 Jigglypuff.
Jigglypuff the whole stream.
Witness the power and greatness of Emperor Hamburg!
Bow now now now. Bow now now now. Bow now now now. Bow now 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 now. Bow now 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 now. Bow now now now. All right. I was the mask for Halloween once, and I'd like to be him again. I had like a mask. I don't know. I think I threw it in the garbage, but I used to have one. I was looking for it a couple years ago. I couldn't find it. It must be around still. I still think it's around somewhere. It's gotta be.
1,000 arrows won't do shit to me.
I think I have to kill these guys. Yeah. Vines. Alright, so they skipped that cutscene that we just saw there. That's why I want to do this mission again. They're bluffing about the shard, aren't they?
No more juice in this one.
The juice. She's holding her own here.
1,000 arrows won't do shit to me, Archer.
Yorg!
I'll take that, Archer.
Ooh. Ah, darn it. The parry.
No more juice in this one.
You stay
Oops.
away from my totems.
Can I pause the game? Yes, I can. Let's go back to the game. I think one day we can. We should have technology to prevent that or choose to do that. Same with growing teeth again. There's a new set of teeth. Actually, maybe not. But yeah, maybe anything's possible with science. If we can travel more than the speed of light, then we can develop that kind of stuff too. It's albeit thousands of years ahead of us, but eventually, one day, just gotta stay alive for 1,000 years. And then we can do a proper mask cosplay. Really, the cosplay can be complete trash, but be better than the best cosplay if the acting is good. I think so. So mine will be double bad, pretty much, is all I'm saying. She needs a cape. Thank God this isn't timed. I like that a lot.
Only one totem left now.
It's right here. Khosrow-Da. How's that happen? What? Freeze. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Okay.
Watch out for her arrows.
I'm gonna drink stamina.
Stay away from my toes. Take her head.
I'm not sure how I do that exactly. It's a distraction.
The side was invincible.
This could be trouble. I might actually die here. Okay. Use it, damn it. That's pretty simple. Why not just do this all day? Critical. There we go. Here we go. Oh, see if I go in. It's useless. Damn you. Well, it didn't work on him. It's better if we just do this, honestly. Oh no!
Archer thinks he can stand against the Emperor.
Yeah. Wait, are there enemies behind me? I think so.
Kaioken!
Arrows of might!
That worked. What are you doing? Okay. Don't kick. Don't kick. This is too easy. I must do something drastic that puts me in danger for no reason. Here we go. Yeah! Oh, take that. Oh god. This is for Wesker, you son of a ditch. I'm the best, aren't I? Alright, I'm surprised we won that, actually. Hamburger defeated. Emperor Hamburger, okay? Alright, we get it. Beautiful, beautiful. You love to see it. Progress. Cutscenes. I wonder if I switch characters, then check the loot. Does it give me loot for that character? I'm not gonna try that though.
Should I take this for myself?
No.
It probably
can't
just
buy
saves it for when you go back to that character. Probably. We got 8K 981. Almost 9. 11 armor points. 1d1. 1d1. Rare, uncommon. Usually rare, the rarer the better. Even if, yeah, I don't know. It's only 2 points. I mean, I'm already using something that's worse. I'm just gonna use the rarest one. I'm gonna go with my instinct on this one. Saddle up, partner. Archer legs. They got some good stuff there. Wayne Manor. The rare thing might not be true though. That's okay.
My favorite human. Well, hope you've got what you needed.
That's sarcasm. You're a funny guy. What's your name? I don't even know his name.
That works for me. No takebacks.
You can't do that.
No takebacks.
You said that already. Stop saying it. I get it. Okay. Don't say it again. Don't say it again. Don't even think about saying it again.
That works for me.
Right on. Okay.
Well,
Whoops.
hope you've got what. Looking for something?
Which can't be found. But I'm coping. Barely coping. Yo, what up? The ring. Can't transmog the ring. Does it even exist at that point? Pee pee poo poo?
Good eye. That's a steal.
For you. Constitution. What's the one that gives better range attack? I guess she does a lot of melee. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I do like her ultimate a lot. I do. I'll say it. Physical damage boost. Boost. Cooldown reduction. Critical cooldown. Armor bonus. Well, usually that's the case when you need to do more damage. So I'll get that. More attack power when more enemies are nearby. Her armor looks cool.
I almost took up.
What else? I think that's it.
Hey, Archer.
6K.
Dale's not gonna save itself.
Moves. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. Tap forward RB. Strong leap. Chain from a sliding tackle after a running attack. True. All. You can't do that. Wrong. Nanda?
Hey, Archer.
The quiver is separate from the bow. I just realized that. I just noticed. Or understood.
Nice. That'll do nicely.
A hefty price. 11.
Works for me.
Need more blue crystals.
That's a step up.
We are more powerful than we have ever been. Let's be Kratos. The fake Kratos. Kratos. Now let's check his. Let's see Kratos. Let's see Paul Allen's attributes. I don't know. I'm just do all strength. Can't go wrong there. Or can you? I got some good stuff here. Epic. A lot of epics on this guy. Wait. That's hilarious. Okay. I'm broke. My feet hurt. Yo, the pack hunter, the wolf, physical damage. Who gets defense? Who does that? Elk. Armor bonus. That's probably like end game. You get all this stuff eventually, I'm sure. Eventually. Increases HP when getting raised to 100%. Unlockables. Probably need that. Probably gonna need that.
What you need. Come
What?
by anytime. Anything and everything for the discerning barbarian.
The barbarian.
Don't stay away too.
I'm here.
My favorite ragged barbarian.
Okay. That's it.
Wolfgar, been a pleasure.
Wolfgar. Alright, let's do the next thing. Verbeeg Jamboree.
Verbeeg and goblins had worked together to invade the Dwarven Valley. But some had broken off and had taken Anaragan's forge. We would have to take out the Verbeeg holding the forge gates before dealing with whatever horrors we would find within. To find the Verbeeg, we would only have to follow the sound of their voices.
Naturally. We could probably just go into hero right now. Let me do that. Just in case. You'll never make it alive. Yeah, probably right. I'll save that for multiplayer. The end game is like doing all that stuff with people. Or just do it all with people. The adventure mode is probably for the story playthrough, a single player. Great.
Hey, boys! I caught one! I caught me a right plump dwarf, I did! Look at the size of him! That ain't no dwarf, dimwit! Sure it is! Ain't it? Ah, throw him back! Bottom feeders! Bottom feeders? Tastes like gravel shit! We can't eat that! Ah, no, those gray ones make me sick.
Discord mods hanging out.
So hungry!
Tear it up! Tear it up! Tear it up!
Maybe just a nibble. I'm starving.
What the heck am I watching? Indeed, Rusty. Indeed. That'd be funny if they started singing Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Okay. I want to watch that movie next, I think.
I'll make quick work of these creatures and reclaim the Dwarven Forge.
The Dwarven Forge. The new Lego set. Dwarven Forge. Do you guys have Legos? What kind of Legos you got? What kind of sets you got? Do they have guns that duel? I don't know what I'd buy. Of course, the Star Wars X-Wing fighter, probably. I used to have a childhood friend who had a bunch of Lego stuff. He had the Millennium Falcon. It was crazy, bro. He was ahead of his time. He liked watching the Muppets and Star Wars and played board games. All I cared about was making mud pies. It was a different wavelength there. Hey, Charlie boy. Did you watch Dungeons and Dragons? No, I didn't know there was one. Was it like this CGI? I gotta watch it now. I'll watch it. It's probably good, right? It's probably good. That sounds interesting. Interesting, Rusty. Real people. I watched that game you talked about earlier, Blood Raven, the IRL one. I think that was like a silly movie, but I still liked it. I just like medieval B movies. Those are the best things to watch, really. Those are awesome. Because like anything can happen. It could be a crappy movie, but at least something happened that was different. Like the Avenger movies, the good guys are always gonna win, and like everyone's gonna be alive. Those B-movie medieval movies, like anyone could die. There's no second coming. They're dead. It's brutal. Blood Raven, I don't even know what it's called.
Run now, goblin cowards!
Woo! This guy is strong, let me tell you. I'm just gonna loot while you guys are trying to kill me. Ow.
No one is getting into Anaragan's Forge until these Verbeeg are dealt with.
Okay, it came out in 2000. That's a good era for movies. B movies, especially. Xenon, Warrior Princess, whatever. I gotta watch that, I guess. That's probably good. That's probably some good stuff there. Robin Hood. Stuff like that. All those sci-fi movies that I never watched. Those are probably good. I get it. Was Bruce Campbell was in Xena, right? Was that who that was? The sidekick. Oh, the guy, right? That guy. Crocodile Dundee looking guy. That was cool.
I should have made better choices.
Blonde? I think so. I don't know. I don't watch the show, so I don't really know. I don't know. I watched a couple of the first episodes of Stargate with the guy from Quantum Leap. I think that was fun. That was good. Wait, did I get everything there? I love watching the first episodes of any show. It's like just enjoy the success that's coming. They didn't know yet that it was gonna be amazing. And you're just like, yep. This is it. This is what it was before the Big Bang. They had no idea. There was no influence. Like, oh god, we have to top the first one now. Walking Dead. Carl streams. Carl! Carl, where are you? He's streaming, that's where he is. He's just streaming. Free internet. He found like a Verizon building. He's just streaming there now. I didn't know that. Gotta check that out sometime. The Barbarian. Open the door. Thank you, huh? Yeah, crossover episodes. I heard about those. Now, watching The Walking Dead, though, it takes me back. Like, I remember when people used to talk about the show all the time on streams and stuff. Now I know what they're talking about, but it's too late. I gotta watch Stranger Things Season 3 still. I watched the first 2 seasons. Did I? I feel like I skipped some stuff. That's okay. So long ago. Yeah. The zombie craze. Breaking Bad. I watched the Breaking Bad finale on TV. I'm already OP. I don't have to kill these guys. But should I? We don't have to, actually. A little goofy. True.
For the Elk Tribe!
It was crazy, man. It was crazy. I think the final episode should have been when Mike died. That was it. That was the end. Mike was the main character. Okay, so I activated that one. Dexter? No, I haven't watched any Dexter. I don't know anything about it. I've heard people talk about it before, but not. I don't remember anything. Dexter's Laboratory. Dee Dee, you idiot. Dee Dee. It was intense. Let me die in peace. Walter was so dumb. I think that's what they're trying to convey, maybe, though. He just got too crazy. He was beyond saving. He kept pushing the envelope, pushing the edge, even though he didn't have to. He forgot about his original goal. Got lost in the character of Heisenberg. The ego. You hate to see it. I didn't watch any like the Saul show or the other show, Jesse Pinkman show. The Jesse Pinkman show. I got this. Oh my god. This guy again. Now you done it. Let's see what this does. Okay. Pokeball, go! Naruto. Nice. Do you, I want to watch Naruto. I can never decide Japanese or English. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Both. Just one. The left ear be English, the right ear be Japanese. Japanese. Oh yeah. I do like Kakashi's voice in English. That's pretty much the only character I care about. Maybe Sasuke.
Just one? Too easy.
Just one? Alright, good thing I chose adventure mode. I love that the fire can affect them as well. One Piece.
Well, shit.
Getting closer to those guys. Destroy goblin weapon racks. Oh, that's actually a mission. That's actually a mission. I hope this isn't DMCA.
For the Elf Tribe! They bring forth a champion!
Nani? What is that?
Campus! Grant me
Oh, I messed it up.
Your big toe is mine.
My big toe. I need my big toe. There you are.
I hated those guys too.
An epic helmet. Epic helmet. The Celtic Guardian. The Celtic Guardian. In attack mode. They're having a soiree. Soiree. Painting. I thought about what you said the other day about my painting. Stayed up the whole night thinking about it. So, no recommendation? Wait, whoa. What Amazon Prime content would you recommend? I don't watch Amazon Prime, but I should probably watch it. Cause yeah. Well, I personally, I want to watch that show. The Boys. The Boys is a good show, right? And that's a good show, yeah, to watch for Prime. And whatever that superhero,
soon enough.
that superhero movie, the anime, I don't know what it's called. I think Farr knows what that's called. Superhero show. It's oh! Sorry about that. Yeah, where am I? Oh no. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now, and you're not so big. Yeah. Heisenberg is in that movie. In that show. I'm lost.
Shit.
Life is unfair. The Gong. Certainly a lot of theories on that. Is Walter's previous life. Oh yeah. I think I heard of that before. Jesse, please. He always acts nervous, man. Walter. He only has two emotions in Breaking Bad. He's nervous, or he knows what's going on. He's like, yeah, I'm Heisenberg. Or he's like, please, we gotta do this. No, I know what's going on now. No, please, it was a mistake. One or the other. I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna head out. Yo, me too. I got food right here. I got food right here. You don't have to go anywhere. I have it right here. Here you go. All Star Trek. Oh, cool. You're out of touch. You're out of touch. Na 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 na. Come around. What if we get DMCA'd for singing it? Faith, faith of the heart. I don't know that song. Oh, God. I got faith. Oh. I'm trying to look for stuff I missed, but I don't think I missed anything. Destroy weapon racks. I missed 9? No shot. Jeff! The Enterprise. Engage. I don't watch too much Star Trek, but I like to watch it. I like the first with I like Kirk and Picard. That's all I've seen really. Q is very interesting. Of course. Not now, Q. Q, please. Picard. Captain Jean-Luc Picard, USS Enterprise. Captain John Picard, USS Enterprise. Make it so. This is the captain speaking. He kept talking in one long sentence and it was moving from topic to topic. So robotic. That's what they call it. Fan favors in it. It gets a lot of hate. Oh, the new one? I haven't seen that. I've seen like one clip of it. It's kind of... It's fine. I think it's cool that they're doing that. I'm surprised he's still doing it. He agreed to do it. He didn't have to. He's very old. Yeah, he looks very old on the screen. But he must really want to do it. He likes to do it. I watched like an interview of him where he said like he took it really seriously when he first started, and the crew was like messing around and stuff, and he was like, no, we have to be serious about this, guys. This is not just some B-movie show here. But eventually he learned to have more fun on the set and stuff. Sir Patrick Stewart. Sir, madame. What if someone who identified as a woman was getting knighted, but was a man? Would she have to call them Madame Patrick? Jeff! I think we got everything. I mean, I checked like 3 times, so if I missed it, it's on me. Pretty much. It's on me. It's on me, Jesse. Okay. I promise. I admit it. Probably have to say Madame. They would never even do it. They wouldn't even do it. But no one talks about that. No. No one gets on the Queen's back about that. No. Maybe one day. That'd be weird. How about this? Did you see the pic of the snake? Oh, yes, I did. I saw it. Yes, I have nightmares about that. I used to have a fake snake, rubber snake. during my childhood. It was pretty realistic. You have a lot of snakes. A snake on it. Snakes love cars. They just want to drive. But they have no feet.
Trust anything that wears somebody else's face.
Snakes just want to drive. What the hell are you? Okay, surprise, new character.
Stop Platinum!
Wait. Let me back up. Ow! Wait. Oh! Kamehameha! Ha! Oh God! I can't get out. All right, you son of a snail. Take this. Oh, he's nothing. He's got no defense. It's all attack. It's all about the minions. We drove the bug. Wasn't an issue till yesterday. What, the Patrick Stewart thing? Oh, the snake thing. I bought some Star Trek comics. Comics are pretty cool. I'm surprised they're so cheap still. I don't know if one day they won't be, but it's like those are really old, and you know, that's what it is. It's like a stock. One Star Trek comic stock, please. Is the original book that people read. That was it. I love the mask in the comics. He looks really cool. I could do a comic version of the Mask cosplay. He had like a different face. It was much more... It was bigger, I think. Biggest smile ever. Now I'm always smiling. I'll do a Joker cosplay. Just the most unoriginal. Do ironically though. But like play it serious, like I'm the Joker. That's me. Did you guys see The Dark Knight? It's great. Truly. Just like 10 years behind. I wish you could step outside from that ledge, my friend. Is that a weapon rack?
That's a nice pair of rack you got there.
There, now their weapons are completely destroyed. They're done. Weapons of mass destruction have been found.
Time to add to my count.
Hello! How'd you fit in there? Tight fit. Ow. That's not good at all.
Come out of here, Barbie.
Get out of here, man! Popping pills. I did nothing at all. Jesus. I did not. Okay, we're good. I have high defense. Or something. We are OP in the end. Got the tablet. Got the Tums. Medieval tablet. Papyrus. Forget papyrus. Tablets. Theoretically, you can go into the desert and find like a random rock, pick it up, etch some stuff into it, then bury it, and like it'll be there for like a couple thousand years probably. Just put LOL. LOL.
Some meat.
17 weapon racks destroyed. How many are here?
Oh, what's the point of having these grey fellas around anyway? You can't eat them, and they're so wee.
There's one, I think.
Start the bloody feast before I eat my feet.
Cut ties with all the lies that you've been living in.
What you doing out alone, bye? I made me 2 meals and
Crawled out of the hood.
You say when you're ready.
Oda! Kaioken! Zobaida! Hey, what up?
I will bring down their champion.
Damn. Okay. I will understand. And I will understand. Oh my god.
Got to smack that Barbie down, boys.
Alright. Look around first. Hey!
What you waiting up? Line it up.
What's that? Hey!
Who threatens the Dale now?
Someone in there. Tome. Dotson. We got Dotson here. No, it's in here. Hey!
Quit playing about, Barbie.
What's that?
More foes for the fire.
That's bull. Alright, I'll fight you. I think
Get on that hook.
this might be the end of the mission though.
Can't wait to make up some reggae stew. Now, come here, you.
I think the music's glitching. That's okay though. We don't need the music. I'll go a cappella.
I'm giving up. Promise.
Oh crap. Okay, it's not over. I should have rested actually. Too late. A lesson learned too late.
I ain't got a clue. Tough boy. It's a pickle. Yeah, it's a real puzzler, all right. I think it's nothing. It's always what you least expect with these things. It's gotta be something. Something comes after 10.
1d1. Watch the first step.
Maybe if it's time to fight.
Maybe. They always say something before I kill them. This is the answer to the universe. Boom, they're dead. Damn it. Yeah. And 18 out of 20 weapon racks. $19. And I was 19. I was 19 10 years ago, right? I don't know. Think so. No. No. Pretty much. 2D1. We made it. One more weapon rack. One more diamond, my love. One more. There it is. One outhouse remains. Got it. All right. One thing to do. Mission. You can't read the tablet? You can't read the tablet right now? Interesting. Interesting.
More folks to the full smacking. Quit playing about Barbie.
Oh.
Got to smack that Barbie down, boys.
Music's glitching. You hit that? Why? Why? My immersion, though. That's not good at all. He's already dead, man. It's already over.
Barbie's hammer smarts.
Back off, man. You're about to die. It's over. Yield. I did it. He's given up. Hellboy. They should make a Hellboy game. Ron Perlman can do the voice of that. Ow.
What you waiting on, Barbie?
Alright, you're dead.
Pick me teeth with your bones, Reggie.
I am Locutus of Borg. You will assist us. Alright. Hit on. What's going on here? Maybe that's how it is. No shot. I think I did the best.
I'll just let the hammer do all the work.
What? No level. 6K. The violin. It's too good. There's potential there. Make a violin sound. Later. In private. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a helmet. I mean, I don't see the point in getting anything else except strength, honestly, man. Critical? Sure. Loki horns. He has no head for a second there. I saw that. I saw that. That'd be hilarious to get a screenshot of that. It's funny, you can have epic armor, but like you still have one common chest plate still. Elemental penetration. Bring, bring. Play that acoustic, Jimmy. Gnoll. Who is this guy? Let's read this. Let's read this guy's thing. Gnoll. I'm not a gnilf. The hyena-like gnoll is bloodthirsty, feral humanoid that lacks any sense of conscience or compassion. They live in nomadic packs, wandering the outskirts of civilization. And survive by raiding. They attack randomly. No, they have a day job as a garbage man. I don't know. They survive by raiding. They attack randomly, descending on a town without warning. They don't warn the town members like other bad guys would. Slaughtering, devouring, and pillaging until only smoking people existed. I mean, ruins. Smoking ruins. And desiccated corpses are left. He left the corpses there. He brought corpses and left them there. Although they seem blindly ruthless, they exhibit deceptive cunning. Because they build no structures or tools of their own, they scavenge all that they need from their victims, roughly modifying armor and weaponry to fit their hunched, muscular bodies. The first gnolls were spawned eons ago by the demon lord Nog, who, the beast of butchery, wrought from the hyenas that scavenged the wake of his destruction. Gnolls are still worship and make sacrifices to him. In return, the most vicious blood-soaked gnolls are elevated by the demon lord, gifted with the honor of being possessed by a demonic spirit and anointed a fang of who? The fangs often serve as pack leaders on material plane missions for that guy. Wow, what a story mark. Holler at your boy. Well, he's dead now, so it doesn't matter. Alright, tap backward. Well, let me think about this for a half hour. No, we got it. Alright, so basically tap forward. More hitting with the hammer. Okay. I'll take it. You talked me into it. We're good. I look like Batman.
Hey there, big fella. Wolfgar, been a pleasure.
Wolfgar! Hey!
Favorite ragged barbarian.
I'm broke again. I could sell stuff, yeah.
That works for me.
I can't tell what's highlighted. They need to make that more clear, I think. I'm blocking it, but what can you do? That's why I want to have it so like the stream could see everything at all times. Like this. I want to do that. We can do that right now. Boom, it's already done. It's already been done.
Gee, thanks.
Years at the academy wasted.
Gee, thanks. Yeah, I can sell that.
Thanks, G.
Wow, all this?
World of Warcraft. What?
Yeah, I can sell that.
I can buy another move.
Yep, I'll take that. Bargain.
Bargain.
Don't stay away too long.
Tap, hold RB or tap forward. After most moves, plus RB. Tap forward plus RT after a gap closer or 3 light combo. Launch a monster in the air. I don't know. This seems more cool.
Today,
I froze time.
Anything for the Ragged King.
I'm a king? Everyone's a king in this game. So the dwarf and the barbarian are kings? No shot.
See you soon, I hope.
I said no shot. No shot. Level 4 still though. Poo poo pee pee. What do you do? I'm still level 4 though, guys. It shows you the time when you last played too. That is incredible. I'll just keep playing as him, I guess. Any objection? One more time. One more time. Let's see.
Verbeeg.
Which one are we doing? We did this one.
Though
Designs of the Jugar. Okay, this is a long one. 4 timers.
Though dwarven sappers had cut off
That one's 1 timer.
Though dwarven sappers had cut off access to the forge from their halls, the Verbeeg managed to break in through the exterior gate. What they didn't count on were the Duergar who had their own designs on Anaragan's forge. The Duergar had hidden the runestone keys to lock the forge gate. We would have to recover those keys before we could enter the forge and deal with the Verbeeg inside.
I just realized Dritz is the one reading this.
Verbeeg.
Wonder what Regis is thinking right now.
Let's go back. Just go in. We'll just be the guy again. I could be Dritz, but he'd be too OP. He's already OP. Or too good. Alright. What? No cutscene? No chit chat? Is the battle ready? Because I haven't seen a message in a long time. It's got to be ready. Okay. Hopefully the music glitch is done. Probably not, though. Probably not. Bleh. The dwarves, when they built that, were like, yeah, that's great. Good job. I feel like this is Pokemon Snap. Where the Pokemon at, do? I was at the last mission in that game. I never went back. I didn't go back to it. I think other games came out or something. Something happened. I think the Fallout 76 charity stuff. You would have. $2 gold.
Come,
$4
Muskar,
gold.
Show me your steel.
What? Powerful strike. Nani? Diablo 2 soundtrack? I was thinking of playing Diablo 3 offline if I can. I think that's only available on the Switch. I'm not sure. Diablo 1. What about Diablo 1?
Barbarian attacks!
This champion challenges me!
He's the champion. These guys have to go first. Oh, wait, did he hit himself? His own guy? Oh, he gone. He's gone. Thanos.
Push down that human!
Verbeeg may be able to open the door to the forge, but I'll need to find the runestone keys.
Too easy. Because I chose the easy mission. It's okay. It's okay. Well, can we go in here? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Breaking the barrels. Breaking the spikes. That have more lighting than the other things around it. That's okay though. Common ring. Not bad. Dragon hammer. Looks like a dragon. It's the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The Blue Eyes White Dragon. Insert. How does that work? Okay. Can't do it. Okie dokie. Can I grab it from here? No way. No way. If I look high enough. No shot. No shot, man. Okay. I see it. I see it now. Yo, what up?
Is that another supper dollar?
Look out.
What you waiting on, Barbie?
I don't remember how to do those moves they're talking about. Okay.
I wasn't even hungry.
There it is. That can't be good for your stomach. Ho, ho. Okay. Was that ice? Is that another way to go? Nope. Yeah. That is another way. Red X. Aha. Only one so far? I didn't even know I was looking for them, so I might have missed more. But that's okay. Gotta pay attention to those objectives, optional ones. Retrieve the thing. That's the main objective. How are we here so soon? This is a long mission, though. Can't be the end. Can it? No way. Okay, I'm gonna grab it. Now we have to locate the Gruen 3 Chin. Of course, of course. I should have been the dwarf for this one. For every single mission, really. This is all taking place in the dwarf area, I think. Which is cool. It's kind of cool that there's like a theme. The dwarf cities. So far. YOLO. Rolos. Rolo! Han Solo!
Quit playing about, Barbie! Tempest tests me.
Oh god.
Reggie's fighting mad, boys.
Oh god. What are you doing? What the hell?
Boys all taste like hell. And we gotta get this Reggie, boys.
Oh god. This is the only night up. Yeah, we'll play again for sure. When the time is right.
Look me in true. Get up and get that
I'm trying to beat the story. If you want to play with me during the story,
let's get the business.
be warned that I do take a long time to look for everything. But I don't mind if you want to do like some past missions on harder difficulty. Speed through those. I don't know. I want to beat the game. I want to beat the game, but I don't want to rush through it as well. That doesn't look good.
What kind of Reggie shit you up to, boy?
Alright. They are optional quests. Oh god.
For Tempest. Ready for to cast.
Pokeball.
Did you wanna get?
It's too good.
Who threatens the Dale now?
Beat the game. I don't want to know how long the game is, but yeah. Right now my goal is to play the story. If I do it with people, they're just gonna rush through it and skip the cutscenes. But if we have that agreement, you can join. Don't skip the cutscenes and stuff. Or we can do. I think it's best just to complete the story first, then you can do anything you want after that, really. Then it's over. Oh god. Then you can do anything. I don't know if you could join people. I'd have to host one if we want to get people we know in the game. So like me and you, if we wanted to join random people, I don't think we could do that. If we want to play together, we'd have to start our own room every time. Which is fine, I'm just saying though. And I said it. Yeah, we can play. Yeah, we can play. We could even play on that harder difficulty, probably. What? Okay. Oh my god! That was close. It was fun last time. We got through it. That was a crazy battle. We were pushed to the limit. Straight away. Open the gate. Open the gate. You know, the guy from The Walking Dead, Rick Grimes, I watched like the behind the scenes footage. He's he has a British accent. I was like, what? Dude, every actor is like British. It's like, okay, Rick Grimes, he's got to be American, right? Or like he has American accent. When you watch the behind the scenes, hello, I'm Rick Grimes, like, what the frick? I was like, what? That means he's just a good actor. He's that good. I wonder if an American accent actor could do an English voice, and I never see like that. And behind the scenes, they're talking with an American accent. I think maybe the Harry Potter guy. No. Epic punk paladin on the field. Rick Grimes here. Rick Grimes, playing Rick Grimes, been a dream of mine, truly. Incredibly. They must have some really good acting schools. Or something. I'm done. Okay. Halberd. Okay, obtain the runestone.
Aren't we gonna get this right, boys? This champion challenges me!
Okay.
What kind of reggae shit you up to,
Stay away from me.
Tempest! Grant me strength!
This is crazy. Nice.
Reggae's fighting mad, boys!
What? I killed you. Throw it. I dare you. What the heck was that? Do it again. Go on. That. Throw it. Oh god. Damn it. I don't know if you can parry that.
I won't be able to enter the forge until I find all the runestones.
The runestones are ruined. There are a lot of them. Are they? There's still 6 mugs. Sometime I just like to sit around and think about men all day. I'm lost. I heard a rapping at my chamber door. It was Eminem. Making progress. Now I'm motivated. Purple pee-pee. I think they did a good job making these maps are big, but like you could skip through all this probably. Not this one maybe, but the other ones. Hello?
I won't survive.
Holy crap. What just happened? Oh, there's a hole there. There's a hole there. Someone decided to put that hole there. What if we put a hole there? Okay. Boom. That's like the first hole I've ever seen in game for these wooden docks. No one ever makes it this third time. Yo, what up? Did you miss me? Yo, what up? Ah, I see what's going on here. I should leave with that next time. We did. Get back.
Show me how the elk tribe fights.
Boom. Oh, that's how they fight.
You fall to Wolfgar!
I'm coming for you. Ow. Probably shouldn't have said that. You can break the ice. Allow me to break the ice. My name is Freeve. Learn it well, for it will be the chilling sound of your doom. I want to stand under the water. If you see a waterfall, you gotta stand under it. You just gotta do it.
These are dwarven lands.
Hey, you're a dwarf, aren't you? He's like a legendary guy. Yay. Pokeball, go. Got him. What? How the heck did that hit me? How the heck? Epic Warhammer, nice. That's like the first epic weapon I've ever got in this game.
Epic game.
Weekend. It's the weekend. Reach the thing. We made it.
Time to add to my count.
I think I missed something up here, though. Better be sure. I think the soundtrack's working again. This was before the occupied signs were invented. But back then, they just walked in like, oops. Sorry, man. They still do. PK fire. Last of Us 2 soundtrack.
For Tempest!
Spike in my butt.
Can't wait to make up some Reggie stew! Now, come here, you!
Ooh, double hit.
That apple is too good for you! I'll melt it down.
Ha! It hurts him too, I think. Tablet du fromage. Wait, where is this? I don't know. There's no map at all. Parkour. Parkour. I've been here apparently. Okay. Okay. What? Have I now?
Let's get out of ice! Can't wait to make up some Reggie stew! Now, come here, you!
Boy stinks of corpse. I'm ready to take it slow.
I've been 2 meals of you, Barbie. You say when you're ready. Wicked warrior approaching!
Wicked Warrior. This map is huge. This goes everywhere. This map is like a big web. What? It's back around. It's back. True. Oh, I can't go back up. Get on up. Okay.
Looking for this scrap, are ya?
Haha. Now you will die a terrible death. There's a thing there too.
I will bring down their champion.
Got him. Mario.
Where's that goblin
Damn.
shaman?
Rigatoni. He's sliding. Oh.
Oh, shit.
Well, poo-poo. What was I doing? I skipped this? I ran through here. Oh, I fell that way maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I think that's what happened. I fell there. I fell there. The battle's ready. The Dark Abidance.
Time to add to my count.
Count Chocula. Did I miss that thing? No way. I did. I did see a putty tat. I did. Okay, what is this place? Okay, I missed a lot of stuff. Got him. Star. We got this. These puzzles are mind-blowing, truly. 200 IQ. Taking it slow in case I miss something. Make sure I see everything. Okay. Wait a minute. Dirt is dirty here. It's not connecting. Is it gone? Shield's gone. That was easy. Dwarven mug. I almost missed it. I'm missing these. Damn. How am I missing these? Now give him some mail. Now what do I do with my life? Eight out of 10. Keep those eyes open. Lootin' and tootin'. Yeah, we lootin'. We walking. We jogging at a reasonable pace. Looting. All right.
For Tempest!
It's been 86 years since I've seen another person. Hey, what up? Oh, yeah. That's the best move. Whoa!
You fall to Wolfgar!
He's like, what? Oh. Nine out of 10. Cookie. Oh, cookie. I'm missing one. Not like this. It could be anywhere. We need a Dwarven mug locator. It could be at the final area. That is possible. Could be in this icicle. Could have been. Could be. There's more icicles. Nope. Okay. Okay.
For the Elk Tribe!
Hey! Hey, that's not nice.
I am Wolfgar!
It's you guys again. Good thing I read your lore. Hold on, this guy. It's not good. Damn! He got knocked the frick out. I missed one mug. What can I say? I missed a mug. I'm sure I'll get it. I missed that. Doesn't matter. Does it? Is there an achievement for that?
Do I get a title for all that?
Ten legendaries. Crystals. Man, I'm gonna tell you about it. 10 crystals. Got it. I want some of that purple stuff. Yo, what up? We got it. We got the purple stuff. Uncommon. Epic rare. Better number. Bigger. Okay. Seems good. Damage reduction. Cold resistance. Captive of the Abyss ring. A ring. Critical damage. 1d1. Yo, he looks cool now.
My favorite ragged barbarian. Keep
It's like
it real out
armor.
there.
But with fur.
Just browsing?
Am I? Am I?
See you soon, I hope.
Soon.
Hey there, big fella. Come by anytime.
That's Mr. Big Fella to you.
My favorite ragged barbarian.
Nani? Lore. Cracking skulls isn't that different from hammering out steel on an anvil. Let the weight of the hammer do the work, and you don't let up until the job's done. Bruenor. What a genius. Ahead of his time.
Keep it real.
Keep it real.
What you need.
Can't believe you said that.
Bargain.
Flargon style?
That's a step up.
That's a 10.
For me, you shouldn't have. Yeah.
Can you
I
sell the
that.
pants that you're wearing?
What a deal.
Like,
Yep,
equipped.
I'll take that. That works for me.
Those look cool.
Mine now. No takebacks.
What?
Mine now. Yeah, I'll take your junk. Come by anytime.
The feats of strength. George. Armor penne. Okay. Whoops. There's a lot of lore. Battle with a frost giant king. I'm not reading that. That's like seeing the Harry Potter books. Like, they're cool. I'm not gonna read that. Sold. Need level 7 for the next batch. For a bunch of stuff. Probably should save up for that. Look at all these moves. Instead of upgrading. We don't really need to upgrade armor anymore. Right now. Yeah, we look cooler now, man.
Hey, who stole my... Oh, never mind. Yeah,
We
no,
look cooler.
I'm not talking about Frieza's brother. Alright, now. What do we do? Who are you gonna be? Dritz. He's too high level. Let's be him. Let's be Dritz. Let's be Dritz. All day.
Verbeeg. Vile creatures. With a taste for the flesh of dwarves. What they didn't count on were the Durgar who had their own designs on Anaragan's forge. Though we would cut down every last Verbeeg found within the forge, what we witnessed there would scar us for the rest of our days.
What? So why would I do it? Okay, Anara, thanks for placing the epic mystic orc, and yeah. Seems to be a short one. We have a choice of choosing adventurer or... Wow, we're really strong now. I like that every mission you can do with a level 1 character, pretty much. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Level 1. Hey. What can I say? It's only short. It's a short. Oh, it's raining? No. It's not raining. Here we go. The last mission. This is just a big orc. It's not a big deal. It's nothing. This guy's nothing. Verbig. Jamboree.
Even the Drow would be impressed by the brutality of these Verbig. The only comfort I take is that Brunner is not here to witness what they've done.
I know what he's saying because I read all the books. No, I didn't. Brunner's probably like a dwarf that died. His friend, the king or something. I don't know. Something like that. They burned all the dwarves. I see. It's a massacre. Tearing down the statues. Yeah. Yoink. Revoking the Statue of Remembrance. How dare they? How dare they? I want to jump into that lava, but I really shouldn't. He's too good.
Enemies of the Dale! Who stands against me?
This can't be. This game, I think this game wants you to look up more. The visuals, look up, guys.
Around here. I don't know. What? What are you talking about? I mean, hot. Like, lots of action. You don't want a lot of racket going on while you're taking an afternoon nap. Oh, you're a real thinker.
Dwarves are always stinking up the best holes.
What?
Wish the Verbig hadn't beaten us here.
Come, goblins! Meet your end!
That's it!
Take that.
How is this? So quiet!
Hey, right there, Drow! Oh, go away!
Another chance to make the Dale safe.
not the face.
Musgard curse you.
These Verbeeg orbs need to be washed away, along with every Verbeeg corpse I leave behind.
Drizzt is a murderer. That's cool. He's cool, man. This is where we make the medicine. The sewer, man. This is where they poo-poo. This is the dwarf poo-poo area. That's the secret ingredient for the iron.
So, why'd you sign on with Kessel in the first place?
Winnemar, strike!
Went a little overboard. Speed running. That was really red.
Chef's calling, mate. How much longer we waiting on Chef to serve up soup? I ain't going on to find no shard on an empty belly, you. If we'd have left when we came, we'd be there and back already. This is the Chef's Dwarf Soup Pie. The Chef's Dwarf Soup. London, thunder, but I can't argue with you there. I'm gonna eat till I can't eat no more. It's difficult to manipulate a simple brain when it's so narrowly focused. What now, that's your business.
A lot of barrels there.
You don't gotta kill me.
No problem. Piece of cake, piece of crumb cake. Okay, that's where we came from. True. Testing it. I should really die from that, but I can see how that could be annoying. Or perceived as annoying. Didn't even break the rock. I have the high ground. Oh crap. Should have probably waited. That's a cool screenshot moment. All right. Fight through to the 4G. 4G.
Eat some bloody dark meat. 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 Eat some meat. Meat.
What?
Eat some bloody dark meat. 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 Eat some meat. Meat.
Eat some meat. Meat. Eat this. Got him.
What? I'm doing everything. The only thing you're doing is using my air. The only air you're using is with you can take a break when we find the shard and get ourselves back to the Underdark. Until then, you work. I'll work. When you take a break, we'll see who snores loudest. No one's ever gonna do this. It's toying with all of us.
That was a little more challenging than the rest. Ever slightly.
My work continues.
All right. Battle's ready. Is it now? All right. Hey. How's it going? Same as you. Same as you. That sounds cool. So how you doing?
Come here, Brian, let me smell ya.
I smell you.
How is this earth moving so bad?
Come, Guinevere!
Come. Sick. Eating with the fam. Nice. Spending time with the family. I mean, yeah. Eating dinner. You eat at the table? My family doesn't eat at the table because the TV is not in the kitchen. They watch Jeopardy. They like to watch Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune. So they should just put the TV in the kitchen. Another one. We used to have one in the kitchen. No one would talk to her. What? That seems very rude.
No one believes will survive. Our armies are cut off, there's caves across them. Whiners and complainers, get back to work.
Wait, you have a girlfriend and a wife and kids? What? Are you like, you completed all the main quests
No one's ever gonna
in life? This you're doing like a side quest. This joke. Okay. I never heard that before.
We'll be rich.
We went out to eat. I hope you were safe. Hope everything's, COVID's not really over yet. But, it should be fine. Hopefully. Don't want to let your guard down. What? I'm back here now. What'd you have? Chinese food? Pizza? Fancy restaurant food? What kind of out to eat are we talking? If I may ask. It was nice. That's good to hear. Sushi place. Okay. My wife's boyfriend. Sushi, huh? Yeah, I'd eat sushi with people. Eating sushi alone, I don't know. I mean, I don't like sushi, but I'll eat it with people around, like as a party. I'd probably drink sake, so I don't even have to taste it. I think I'd like sushi if I kept trying to like it. I think I'll like it eventually, but I just don't really care. Okay, that was all that was here. There's sashimi, peaches, guacamole. I ate sushi off the naked girl's body. A naked. Well, we can't all be ninja. I call dibs on the ones on the boobs. Are you kidding me? You know, guys can have boobs too, you know. Does it have to be female boobs?
Smell it, Dwight. It's gonna drive me mad, boys. Strap, boys.
Sushi enough is already risking some health issues. I think eating off a woman's body might be more. Adding to that, especially during this COVID thing. I think they banned probably eating off people's bodies
That's his business.
ever since COVID started. It's probably not good. Dangerous. I could do it alone. There's a sushi bar thing that works for that. For people who are alone. It's what's that thing called? Hitaki? Where they cook the food right in front of your face? Hitachi grill? Oh no!
For the people of Ten Towns. Whenever strike! Face me, foul champion!
I don't want no trouble from you, Drow.
It's not over yet.
The Drow
Easy bake oven. Whoa, he dropped a big thing.
Enemies of the Dale!
There's one more guy.
Bruner's people won't be able to return to their forge until every last Verbeeg has been removed.
Removed meaning killed. Sushi. Well, that is... Well, do you ever eat seaweed? The dry seaweed alone by itself? I heard that's good. Gonna try that. I gotta try that sometime. Is that actually good for you? Like, I feel like it would be like spinach, basically. Might as well just eat spinach then. Straight from the sea. Yeah. Seaweed, man. Did we still not get to these guys? I thought we already killed them.
The snap of its scrawny neck. Oh, I like those dull eyes staring. That funny face it's wearing. Again? Dumbasses. Soup ain't ready. Next one of you guys interrupts, gonna find itself in the soup.
You have to fight the chef.
You smell sour, girl. No else is gonna steal my supper.
You broke your table, man. You're approaching me. Oh god! I tried to be cool, man. I tried. Oh my god. Damn.
This dude's getting served, you.
What are you? Oh no 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 no!
No else is gonna steal
right. Guinevere, to me!
Finish him. You're dead. Oh yeah. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Oh, he's going in. He's going in the thing. Oh. Damn. The middle finger. Now, Dritz will never live this down. Defeated. His feet were cut off. Defeated. We gotcha. Team attack triggered.
I do it all for the day.
I do it all.
My friends.
I do it all. Level up. Nice D&D style of death. I wouldn't know, but yeah. I guess so. I guess so. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Boss Sauce actually plays D&D like tabletop. They were selling D&D starter kits in GameStop next to Dark Alliance. Like, can you play D&D by yourself? Solo game? Can you be the DM and the player? Of course. Solo Andy. GameStop. Oh, no, nope. Negative. She wouldn't be coming back there. She would not be coming back there, would she? Let me tell you about him. Moved on. She moved on to better things. She got a job at Hooters. No, she's gonna be the next late show host. Actually, no. Who knows? Sana. I'm not even gonna look at the common weapons and stuff. I'm gonna look at it. Like, the rarer the better, I think. Pretty sure. While sprinting or other thingy. Dual edge strike. A and X, Sphere of Darkness. Whoa. That's cool. Wow. I'm definitely getting that now. 4,000. 4,000 gold. Airborne attacks. GameStop girl. Pop, go to Weasel because the Weasel go pop. What? Character sheet. He's got like stains on his cape or something. The detail.
What's going on, neighbor?
Yo mato. Is it clipping? Oh, that's like the old one. I love gold. Tough call. What the frick? That's not right. No torso Andy.
I got all kinds of good stuff. Bargain. Yeah, I'll take your junk. That works for me.
Legendary.
Gee, thanks. Yeah, I can sell that.
I think I sold Dritz's ring, his original ring. And I'm pretty upset about that. Cold resistance. I was cold. Those pants look cool, actually. Literally.
Bargain. Mine now.
You're mine now.
What a deal. Till next time.
I think I can get another move. It's all about the moves now. Yeah, barrel roll. Do a barrel roll. Dash forward twice and press RB during this light attack. Tap forward RT. Wow. Dude, some ice pants would be fantastic on a hot day. Not wrong. They already have stuff like that, like thermal jackets, but cold jackets probably as well. They do have like cold car seats, but like it's like no reviews on Amazon though, so it's probably sketchy to use those.
Icy hot patch.
Just make an icy patch.
Icy patch. Icy. Then it's still icy after that.
There's like these are all the same move. Inflicts curse. At all times? Oh no. How do you use that? Okay. A and X? I don't know. I'll just get this, I guess. I don't know.
You ever think about Yeah, no, me neither.
What do you know? Let's see. Who is this Adam Wee? What if I make another Dritz? You can just make a new character just like that. Look at that. He does have a ring. I sold his ring by accident. Damn it. Did they just say vagina? Bro. Okay, I'm just
Vagina.
Bro, I swear. I think we have to stop playing this. Okay. We completed one chapter. Do we keep going? See, I said it again. I can never unhear that now. It's over. It's over, man. The Mask of Kelvin. Crystalline Dreams. You must complete the Mask of Kelvin. You must complete the Goblin Shard, the Thingy, and the Order of the Light. The Fury of Icewind. You must complete the Crystalline Dreams. The Order of the Light. Cultists that worship the crystal shard like a god have found Castle's body and infused it with arcane power, reanimating him. Now he seeks to rebuild his army and take his revenge on Icewind Dale. Damn. Someone killed the cook. An infernal dispute.
The Order of the One Light, they called themselves. Cultists who worship the crystal shard like a god. We found the Order's fortress, hidden within the spine of the world. They were under siege by the forces of Levistus, and had erected a magical barrier to keep the devils at bay. We would have to recover the keystones to bring down that barrier. before we could enter the fortress and deal with the mages within.
Too good.
Think Regis is gonna be back soon? He has the best stories.
Trophies? How do you get those? It has 3 there, though. That must be the chapters. I did 3, though. That was the first guy, the cook, and those 2 guys. Huh. Alrighty
Wonder what
then.
Regis is thinking about right now. Maybe.
Enough about Regis filming, okay? He's retired. Beat me up, Scotty. Okay. I need a drink. Yo, what up? Guess who's back?
There is only one master of the shard.
That was rude. So that's not very nice. That's not nice at all.
These mages have been hiding out in these mountains for who knows how long. Plotting, scheming, twisting themselves into whatever it is they've become. And now, doing the same to Kessel. Madness.
Madness. That's a big guy. What a big guy there. Hey there, big guy. The biggest dwarf ever. They switched it to Wumbo. Stabbed Disneyland. Yeah, this looks like Disneyland over here. Let it go.
We killed the Dwarven scouts, but others may come looking for them. We have more to worry about. Castle's convinced some Duergar to join his ranks. They're desperate, and with no friends in the Dale. They should be easily swayed to contract with us. Duergar are twice as stubborn.
How are you? When you're the dwarf, it's like, dwarves are such peepee heads. Hey, I'm a dwarf now, man. I'm playing as the dwarf. Don't say that.
We're dead. We're not dead. Uh-oh.
You're bound for hell, Battlehammer.
What up?
Face the world.
Who are you guys?
This one's gonna take some work.
Nether keystone thing. Playing ice themed games in summertime. Brilliant.
Why would the Order reanimate Kessel? The Shard already abandoned him. Their minds are clouded by Crystal Remnant. They see him as a prophet. Goat's teeth. It's a wonder they offer us any resistance at all. We'll collect their souls and bury the rest under the rubble of their fortress. Assuming their numbers don't grow.
I'm glad I caught that conversation when it happened. What? Battle's ready already? The battle's ready already? Impossible. What was that? Is he throwing mugs?
The Shard is toying with all of us.
I'm gonna get a drink right quick. So you guys just chill out. What? While we play these
Keep showing up where we
battles.
least expect them.
There you go. BRB.
Duergar keep showing up where we least expect them. How long before Kessel exposes himself? How am I supposed to get one of these fanatics signed up when even the Malrus can't? We killed the dwarf scouts, but their friends will be coming for them eventually. I've had enough of
of these Tuareg are messing with our plans. I've had enough of these Tuareg are messing with our plans. Why would we rely on Kessel?
Victory
Shaw
achieved.
abandoned him once.
Wait.
How long before Kessel exposes himself?
Castle exposes himself. How long until Castle makes an apology video?
Why do Duergar keep putting themselves in our way?
You have a lot of questions for a guard. My bad. Hold on.
From Kessel's bones if he ever leaves that fortress. Duergar keep showing up where we least expect them. Why don't we just storm the Mage Fortress?
The other guy's not even responding anymore.
Why don't we just storm the Mage Fortress?
When your coworker's a freaking nut job. I mean,
Duergar keep showing up where we least expect them.
oh yeah. What? I needed that.
How am I supposed to get one of these fanatics signed up when even the Maurers can't?
Good question, truly.
Duergar keep showing up where we least expect them.
Keep talking. It's a good question.
I'll lift the salt from Kessel's bones if he ever leaves that fortress.
Is there salt on bones? How am I gonna eat this?
I'll lift the salt from Kessel's bones if he ever leaves that fortress.
Can't do it.
Lift the salt from I'll make a trophy of your Justice will come for you.
You're all talk. I'd probably die far. Literally. If I swallowed the whole ice cream as is.
By Moradin's hammer!
Where'd they go? Mythbusters. The Mythbusters should test it. Oh my god, that's cold. Well, what a great stream. Some asthma. A dwarf eating ice cream in ice mountains while a light source chain is rattling. It's very specific. It's one of those ice creams where if you don't lick the bottom, it's gonna melt on your fingers. One hand playthrough.
Keeps its location obscure. Only the worthy are accepted. I will prove myself as such. Castle must be a shard back into the light.
Purple stuff. Don't breathe this.
Kessel will be reunited with Prince Cinnabon. But when?
Some Donnie Darko stuff.
Why would the shard have picked Castle? It must have been desperate.
Fools.
I must prove myself above all others.
Common helmet. I wonder if taking a long time affects the drops.
It's my efforts.
Interruption. End this stupid
Got it.
What?
face.
Damn.
Time to take raid.
That barrier won't come down until I recover all of the missing keystones.
Destroy cultist urns 5 out of 14. What? What? I'll drink to that. Excuse me. Wow.
Never met a mage who couldn't be corrupted.
What?
For Battle Hammer!
How'd he get up here? Huh? My voice changed. That's weird. That's an interesting thing that's happening. Let me test some things out here. Oh my god, it's slightly different. Why?
Time to do what needs doing.
True. How do you get up there?
Let's discuss options.
A message to the guy. Defeat an elite Stygian charger. I thought I already killed one of those already, though. Oh well. Oh well.
The Maoris are aggressive to iniquities.
They prey on the weak. We are the devout.
Yet, I admit, if I can achieve my ambition by their means, should I not pursue it?
You will never truly achieve anything with the help of a devil. All of their contracts are tainted.
Yes, true, I know better. Still, it is tempting.
Oh god, I'm still in the ice.
Why?
Damn it. It is tempting.
It must have been desperate. I must open my mind to the will of the Shard.
White Castle. All right. Need the thing. Wait a minute. What's? Did I miss something over there? I don't know. Oh. Warmth. Hey guys. You guys are standing there. Alright, you're going down. He had the banjo the whole time. Okay. Okay, they blew themselves up. I got an epic weapon. A lot of loot there. Indeed. Alright, let me check here if I missed something on this side. The moon. The moonlit night. Wow, look at that thing. It's a big old castle. Is that the really real world? Wow. That is a pretty castle. I'll drink to that. I'll eat peanuts to that.
We do not have the resources for a lengthy siege. Who says we'll need them? I say, we let Castle lead us to the Shard, if he can. The coward will come out until he's amassed an army at least the size of his last one. Then we should leave these mountains and continue our own search. We serve the royal whim of the prince.
Come and taste my axe!
Come and taste my ass. What? Ah. Hey. You're not supposed to do that. You're too good.
Battlehammer charges us.
Back to Stygia with you!
I die.
Look at that. It really is a beautiful tower. It really is. How do you capture the beauty in one screenshot? A GIF video. How did I do that? How did I do that?
Why would the Shard choose us?
I don't even know.
We are its devoted servants.
I will be united with Red Shinnon. I will.
Who that? All right.
The voice calls her.
The Hearts of the Thingy achievement. Defeat every cultist archetype. Will they follow me here and die? They just might. Come on, do it. Come on, do it. I'm here. Kill me.
Kessel will never be a vessel again, but he may be able to help me find the shard.
Yeah, in your dreams.
Can the shard not find a worthy vessel among so many suitors?
A lot of candles, a lot of wax, a lot of... I hope that's wax. I'll punch you in so hard. It'll break your spine. I'm going to ram my fist into your stomach and tear out your goddamn spine. You cold-hearted bastard, Cohagen. You cold-hearted bastard. Hey, Cohagen. I'll be back. Ow. See you at the party, Victor. Yo, what up? Guys, let's talk about this. Damn, it's a what a death. What a death it is. Insert from his behind. What? Oh, gnarly. What a sick battle.
I will avenge myself on your soul. That's the last keystone. Now, to break into the fortress.
Now to breakdance. The devs are like, am I a joke to you? No, it's okay. To Earns, though. 9 out of 14 cultist Earns. Earns. Why is Earns such a weird word? Cowbunga? Hey, who spilled all the lamb sauce?
Here we go.
I hear a lot of yapping and not a lot of happening. Oodle. Their voice stays where they are when they said the thing. So like I could start a speech right here, but that the voice will stay in that position I was when it started. It's very odd. I've seen it before in other games though. Oh, we're going to the tower. Dr. Wily's fortress.
These are exciting times. Kessel will never be a vessel.
Kessel will never be a vessel.
Sending out your best, are you?
Kamikaze.
Intruders!
Plowing through this one. Damn it.
I think Luvistus plans to use the shard. How am I supposed to get one of these fanatics signed up when even the Maurus can't? I've had enough of these Duergar messing.
I tried to avoid the soda from landing so it tips over, but it landed straight upside down. Bruh. Hey! I'm just the maintenance crew here. I'm just breaking the barrels, guys. Hey, oh! Die. That worked well. Alright, that's enough hitting the hammer, okay? That's enough slices.
I'll lick the salt from Kessel's bones if he ever leaves that fortress.
Who said that? Who that? Autisha?
Duergar keep putting themselves in our way.
Hey, wait. This place is Epic Barbarian. Nice.
More cultists.
Damn. What is that? That hurts.
This one's gonna take some work.
This guy's dangerous.
Kessel's demise is now forgotten.
Oof.
Rid me of this dirt-digging dwarf.
Run! They won't follow me here. It's cold.
Gather round, shark mages. Face.
Die!
Here we go.
Okay. This is glowing, making a noise here. That could be the tower itself. Disneyland. Okay.
Wouldn't you be if you had their power? Kessel would be a fool, but now he's a fool with power.
Bakan. I had the wrong house. Oh god.
Kessel, shard abandoned at once.
Scorn, Soul Reaver.
Duergar keep showing up when we least expect them.
All right then.
One soul for conquest!
All right, he's bigger than I thought. Wow. This is pretty sick. Oh, is he dead? Damn! Yo, normal mode. Oh, yo. Look at this dude. XP. Happy New Year. TLI. Jojo.
This old dwarf's still on top of his game. And yours.
There's probably some urns there that I didn't destroy. That's okay. It's quite alright. Truly. Truly it is. Over here. Got some gloves. Relax, okay? Oh, yeah. It's pretty cool. There's some nice gloves, though. Oh, revolved again. Crazy looking axes here. Lightning damage. Ooh. Wow. Lightning damage. Epic rare. Oh, that's how you do that. Facts. Element penetration. There it is. Annex unblockable foot stamp. Tap forward beat. What? I'm gonna go with foot stamp. I'm going to foot stamp. Tell you what. Goat tribe Stygian Raider. The Reghead tribe of the goat has spent thousands of years in Stigla, the fifth layer of the nine hells. What events transpired to see an entire tribe bound in service to Levistus has likely been lost to time. No doubt some infernal bargain was struck that found the goat tribe locked in the archdevil's grip. Much like their Dale brethren, the goat tribe raider prides itself on its combat prowess and strength. Unrelenting punishment under the whips of their superiors has hardened them far beyond anything they knew enduring the arduous winters of Icewind Dale. They have proved their value to Levistus' pit bosses on the front lines of Avernus, and the tribesmen were gifted with limited magical abilities to better serve the Stygian hierarchy. They became known as Goat Raiders, or simply and dismissively within the ranks of Levistus' army as just goats. Levistus has deployed many of his goats to Icewind Dale to take control of the chaos which has followed Atar Kessel's fall, and to recover the shard, their patron's name. Cultist. Do we want to read that though? Cultist. Nah. Correct. Okay, so we'll read that later. I'll read that some other day.
Where's... you're gonna love what I got. Yeah, I can sell that. Gee, thanks. No takebacks.
Destiny 2.
What a deal. For me, you shouldn't have. No takebacks. Yeah, I'll take your junk. Mine now.
Skins. Does it come in red? Gold. This must be the pre-order DLC or something.
That's a steal. Just take it already. Sweet.
Just enough. Are we going again?
Kessel did not have the shard.
Spoilers.
Crystal cult necromancers had reanimated the corpse of Akar Kessel and granted him arcane powers he never achieved in life. From the safety of the warded inner sanctum of their fortress, he called out to any ally that would assist his rise to power once again. We would need to break down the sanctum's defenses before we could deal with Kessel himself, hopefully for the last time.
Do I try Guardian mode? Delete. Delete him. Oh wow, there's no like, are you sure? He's gone. Huh. Well. Looks cool. Got the steel pants, armor plating. Awesome.
So what are you doing later? I'm doing this, like always.
No response. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Alright, the battle's ready. Alright, so that's cooking. Resume. Now they put barrels behind you. How dare they? They can't just change it up like that. I guess so. They did. Didn't they? They did. They changed it up. Giant skulls. What that mean though? What it mean though? Don't move. What? Wait, what? Retrieve soul coins. 7 of them? All right. Nice. Oh crap. What?
It's a lesson. Where are these meddlers?
Don't know how she does that. This guy's trouble.
Children are meddlers, and you're no exception.
Damn you.
Destroying the urns will weaken the ritual these shitheads are performing.
Damn. Damn. The urns again. Reach the mining pit. Oh crap. That works. Purple flag. Okay. Reach the mining pit.
Who wants to be first?
Why do they go up? Why they gotta go up? What a meme. What a meme. At least it's funny, Ragdoll. Woo, that was cool. It's like over dramatic getting shot. He does like a backflip. Oh.
I knew I would go this way.
That way. Getting shot with an arrow while you're getting up while saying that. Then being flung 400 feet in the air. Show me the money. What's going on here? Okay, wait a minute. There's a lot of places here. Wait a minute. No, it's down there. I already went there. Okay, it's done. D-U-N. Done.
Who dares interrupt our work?
Let's see what you got.
Hey! Nice. All right. Big area. Big. Destroy the urn at the mining pit.
Defense! Battle order!
Shooting bad guys never gets old.
Hey, guy. Got it.
I see you there, baddies.
That works. Epic bow. Nice. I think the one I have is rare. It's green. That's better. Wait, actually I don't know. I know the arrows are better. The quiver. Rare. Yeah, I think my bow is still default. That's good. An upgrade. Backtracking. Okay. Follow the pointer. Pointer knows best. What? Across the canal. All right. I think someone's shooting me in the back. Get wrecked. Purple gloves. I mean, epic. Stop doing that. Thank you. True. Demons.
The ritual is still going. That means more urns to destroy.
Kind of like her. It's the girl from Fallout New Vegas. Cheyenne, stay. Sorry. She can attack people sometimes. But she's completely harmless when she doesn't. Completely, utterly, utterless.
I got all kinds of trouble.
Dead shot. Oh my. Head honcho. Home run. No. What? Resisted.
This is your fault.
Boom. I don't see the crystal castle anymore. Are we in it? Oh, there it is. Seems like we're farther away now. Can't be.
Make no bargain with this one. Are you?
I got hurt from that? No shot. Perfect. I see barrels. I see barrels. Okay, I see where this is. I see it. Had to put one there. Epic bow. Hold up. Soul coin. Uncommon quiver.
This is their secret. Annihilate them.
Who wants to be first?
swear we reached like the castle gate like 10 times already.
You looking for me?
Boom. Could I have collected it?
Subdue this meddlesome child.
Hey, haven't touched it. Hello. Welcome on in. Whoa. I'm gonna try this again. Okay. Back up. Get 'em. More. Watch out for the laser. Ouchie wouchie.
Arrows of might!
I love that move. This might be the final boss here. I'm gonna loot first.
Attention! This one may have friends.
No. No, it's not the last one. Is it? Now the music kicked in. That's weird. I thought there was something missing. I'm corrupted. I'm not sure what that means.
We have nothing. Patience, child. Subdue this meddlesome child.
Damn you, man! Jesus! I must. I just. Backflip. Alright. Yep. He's dead. Is he? Oh crap. Oh. Take that. I'll stay dead. Chronos 7 Scars, whatever his name is. Tally ho! What does that mean? Is that where it came from? Is tally screen tally ho? Tally ho. All right.
I'm carrying this team again.
Don't say that. Don't say that. What character should I be next, guys? Anyone have any idea? Dritz. The girl again. The barbarian. The dwarf. If I do continue playing. The next mission is the final boss of that chapter, though. The final boss. The final boss. I could choose a more difficult setting, but... What? Why would I do that? Why? What if it's impossible? Battle's ready. Yo, robotic arm? Nani? Nandeska.
1, 2.
I swear I hear... Never mind. What is this? Ancient Norden? Ancient Nordric something? Cold resistance. Is it only active if you have the 3 pieces of it? Cold is a state of mind. The flame of my hate is all I require. All I required to keep me warm. Levistus, Lord of Stygia. What a weird guy. What? I'm gonna go listen to that soundtrack.
Whatever you need, Caddy Bree.
What did you call me?
That works for me.
Purple gloves. You gotta have the purple gloves. You gotta do it. You can't just not do that. Could be Mega Man. Could cosplay as Mega Man.
Impressive. Hey, Archer. Well, hope you got what you needed.
I guess I'll save up. Oh.
Kessel did not have the shard to help him dominate creatures, but the power the cultist had given him was still dangerous. Though few had answered Kessel's call, in time they would grow and be a threat to the entire Deo. Now was the time to deal with Kessel once and for all.
This is only like one clock length.
Kessel.
1 clock length is very short quest. So we'll do that as who? Kessel. Dritz, I'm thinking Dritz, even though he's gonna kill him in like 1 hit. He's gonna kill him in 1 hit. Tough call. Alright. I would be the barbarian. I should really do this on Guardian mode, but no. Alright. Let's go kill this guy. I think I have everything. We're overpowered anyway. There's nothing we can't destroy. Truly.
I guess if the Dale was in real
There we go.
danger.
Woo, look at this guy. The Order of the Light guy. Let me tell you about him. Look at him. He's an angry guy. This guy's kind of interesting. No cutscene. Straight up battle. Wow. Truly.
There will be no shard to save Kessel from my blade this time. And for all the death and destruction he wreaked upon the Dale, I will finally get to repay him in kind.
Nice. Good thing we chose Dritz for this. He's pissed. Dritz is pissed. Same dead dwarf from before. Same death. Same stance. Nani?
Is he ready? He must be ready. He remains locked away. I hear him talking. To the shard? To someone. Possibly himself. One might save us.
One light.
Will never be a vessel again, but he may be able to help me find the shard. Kessel must lead the shard back into the light. A drow intrudes upon us.
What up? Ow.
I was meant for better than this.
Home run.
We've erred.
Our plan was sound. Kessel's mind was more primitive than expected.
Primitive. What we did broke what was left of his mind. Now we suffer the consequences.
There is still hope. The voice still reaches him.
Only to torment him, it seems.
That's like the first shot. You can get the whole tower in that one. The whole tower.
Why would the Shard choose Kessel and not alert us? We are its devoted servants.
These Dale heroes have been troublesome.
The Dark Alliance.
Can the Shard not find a worthy vessel?
They could have called it Dale Heroes.
Constant interruption.
The drow has
That looks like the guy.
Where are these meddlers?
How do I summon that curse? forgot. Getting wrecked. All right. Fight through the forces guarding the elevator to the tower up top. I see.
There's no way back. We'll find a way. We'll dig our way back if we have to. It took us 5 years to tunnel our way here, and that was mostly through connected caves. You're talking about tunneling our way back? What else is there to do?
Drizzt.
The air is thin up here. Thin and foul.
It's true. One more thing.
Good stone in this valley.
All right. Don't
We're fools
blink.
to think Castle will ever lead us to the shard.
Drizzt, they know his name. Catch. That's the real enemy. He's the coolest guy. It's Drizzle. It's Drizzle my nizzle. Get him. I feel like I'm missing something here. For Rizzle, come Hizzle. For Schnizzle. Little Glizzle. On the Crizzle. Some Brizzle. Sizzle. Sizzle's not a word. What am I saying? Potion of heroism. We got some heroism. Ism. Potion. I hate rocks. I didn't take the elevator though. Goodbye, cruel world. We're good.
I died and it was their fault. I can still hear it, calling, taunting. And here they are again. A chance for me to prove my worth. They will submit to my rule, and I will reclaim what is mine.
Lady, you're scaring us. Look at, he has an Uzi. He went to the future. This looks important. Okay. Scope out the area. Okay, we got red, green, blue. This seems very intricate. Oh, I thought those were legs dangling. This one's glowing. Oh god, we're dead. No shot. Alright.
These fools worship me, and so will you.
Oh, you're nothing, man. I feel bad for you, really.
Do you know what you put me through, Drow?
Might be a second form.
This time it's going to be different. None shall defy me!
Can't be this easy. No shot.
That would be my end! This time it's going to be different.
Can't do anything about that. That's not good. Okay. Okay. I'm listening. I'm hearing you, man. I am OP still, though.
You'll all bow to me! I dreamed you'd come to face me.
What? Kinda weird, man. Don't make it weird.
Not stand between me and godhood.
You a god. You a god. It's over, man. Oh. Give it up, man. Give it up, man.
You cannot kill a god.
Zamasu?
I dreamed you'd come to
He's
face
draining it. I dreamed you've come. What? Let's make sure I can't hit that.
Do you know what you put me through, Drow? Huh? None shall defy me! You! I have the power to overcome death itself! This time it's going to be different!
Yard! I'm just overpowered, I guess. Too good. Whoa, that's diarrhea. He has the diarrhea tech. I didn't know this was possible. Don't breathe this.
Witness my power!
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Oh shit. Oh. 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 That's doing some damage. Oh, you can't jump over that wall. The diarrhea bomb! Oh! That could be a problem. We must end this now. Yattazo!
To death, the more powerful I become!
Nani? Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3. Kaioken.
Let's shot.
It's over, bro.
I just wanted to be a god!
Dritz already is one. He is God. Dead. They certainly killed the hell out of that guy. That's his face. Why they should have showed his dead form. Come on, bro. Don't show his human form. You can really do all these missions with a level 1 character. That's probably... That could be a challenge to keep restarting your character
Thank you
for every mission. And see if you could beat the game from a level 1 character. Too late. That's okay. If you want to. It's possible. 400. I didn't think I was going to kill him that fast when I used that power up, but it certainly killed him. He's dead. He has ceased to be. He was the best. I was starting to like that guy. Reveal all. News. Necrotic resistance. What are you, necrotic or something? Dritz is smiling now, I think. He's like, yeah, I killed that guy. Acid resistance. Ass resistance. 6K. Annex. I'm gonna do that more. Whoa. I don't know. Front flip slash. He's dead. He's gone. Painting. I got more paintings than this. I guess you have to do it on every character. You have to get every painting. What? Every mission, you have to do it. Damn, I should have just probably done that. Nah, that's stupid. I think I'm playing it pretty good. You could just beat the whole game with one character. I could did every mission? No. I don't know. Just for the party, really. Full party, ideally. That's the ideal.
I got all kinds of good stuff.
All kinds of good stuff.
Yeah, I'll take your junk.
Banana. Spaghetti.
Mine now. Yeah, I'll take your junk. Wow, all this? Shiny.
I don't have to upgrade that. What am I doing? He's already overpowered, man.
See you around.
See you, Truman. Dritz is too powerful, man. That was cool. That was a pretty cool mission. So now, do we have the other ones unlocked? Yes. The Mask of Kelvin, a frost giant named Uthar, is attempting to break into Kelvin's tomb and recover an artifact that he believes will help him find and claim the crystal shard.
Kelvin's cave.
Well. Kelvin. 500 degrees Kelvin. I better not. I better not. I mean, maybe I should.
You know, I only knew Regis a short while, a day or two at most, but I think he might be the best friend I've ever had.
Weird. Okay, now the default power is 1200. Wait a minute. Will this lower my power? It's canon. Now my power is enough for a hero. So that's a good thing you can keep your default armor
This stonework is giant crafted.
to nerf
But,
yourself.
Not like a part of a ruin. Like these chunks just fell from the sky.
Do I want to nerf myself? This could be insane. What are you doing?
Dritzel.
Kelvin's cairn was named for the great frost giant king of old who was buried beneath it. So the legend told. Utar was one of the few remaining frost giant kings of Icewind Dale. He had delved deep under Kelvin's cairn and broken the seal set by the clerics of Tempest on the tomb of Kelvin. Utar's actions had disturbed the dead, and we would have to lay them back to rest before following Utar into the catacombs of Kelvin's fallen city. Utar sought them. Kelvin's cairn was named for the
longer you...
Maybe I could just wear the hat.
Kelvin's cairn was named for the great frost giant.
Let's do it. Let's see what happens if I nerf myself. I think that's a way to play. Just keep your default armor upgraded. Too bad you can't lock armor. I accidentally sold some default stuff. Yeah, accidentally.
What?
Accidentally, okay? It's the singer from Korn.
A voice from the past calls me to the tomb of my forefather. I am Utar Kelvin's son, and today I will reclaim what was lost. When we rise from this tomb, we rise as conquerors, and Astoria will be ours again.
Maybe I should have kept my armor on. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Something's different, I think. All right. So. Hey, Hotbox. Good to see you again. Hope you are good. Hope you're doing good. Doing alright. Hanging in there. Fighting. Living.
Kelvin's cairn.
Sacred ground for frost giants. I'll see them sealed into this tomb alongside their greatest ancestor.
I don't know who this guy is. I want to see what I want to see what Dritz says about these guys. Actually, forget everyone else. Forget everybody else.
We're always working for someone else. Yeah, it's a real pity. I'm tired of getting boxed or eaten. Yeah, but sometimes we get to do the beating. When's the last time you or me got to beat on a Verbeeg, huh? Tell me. I'll wait.
Oh man, this seems like it's much more difficult. They really stepped it up. This could have been like DLC.
Always wore a mask. Oh shit! Look.
Uh-oh.
My target.
Yeah. What a
creature!
You can stay over there, barbarian.
Every wraith tainting the statues of Tempest must be destroyed before moving after Utar.
Nanny. Warmth. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to complete this mission. I nerfed myself by taking off my good armor, and I can't re-equip it during the mission, so... could be a problem. That was the first batch of enemies. I'll drink a health potion. Might pick one up later. Oh god. I messed up. Damn it! I should have seen that coming. Hold on. Can't hit him. Interesting. Might have a cutscene. Monk Omega. Monk Omega. A normal man would die here. I don't think that's the quote.
How long He's done. He's getting the mask, and then we march on 10 towns.
I want to wear a mask too. Then all of 10 towns will fear me.
Your face is already ugly enough to scare
Uthar.
Really? Well, thanks, Grub. That means a lot.
Was Uthar in Dark Alliance the first one? Or, no, don't tell me if he was in the second one. He might have been. They're coming back. This guy's a
Who
giant.
threatens the Dale now?
My blood is ice.
Time to add to my count.
Who are you talking to?
Who threatens the Dale now? For the Elk's Mane, you call to Wolfgar! I will bring down their champion.
He doesn't shave. Not bad. I nerfed myself for this mission, but it might have been too much.
Kelvin's cairn. Sacred ground for frost giants. I'll see them sealed into this tomb alongside their greatest ancestor.
I like when ancient stuff comes back to life. That's cool. That's pretty cool, man. You can't get up. Nope. Can't get up.
Hear my hammer ring!
Bing. Yo, what up? Get that? You son of a bitch. Ah! Okay. Okay. Okay.
Kelvin's
I'll go back. I'm just gonna make this easy for everybody. Now, I could probably do it, but it would take a long time. Dodging and stuff. Let's think about this. The clothing does make the man. Confirmed. What if I just had a strong weapon? But my health would be low. Elemental damage. Elemental damage. Trophies. Toro. Frost Giant. The giants were the first people in the north, possibly the first people to inhabit this world. Of the many types of giants, the frost giants are the most suited to survive in the harsh environment of Icewind Dale. They live in the hinterlands, mountains, and the ice flows and the glacier. They are fierce and hardy warriors who mostly survive by raiding neighboring tribes. In spite of their barbaric style, they are intelligent and organized. Signs of ancient frost giant cities lie buried under ice, scattered around the hinterlands. and under Kelvin's Karn, whatever, named for their ancient fallen king. They're competitive and fiercely independent, so their society is formed in small clans and supporting the most powerful member of their tribe. On occasion, a leader will rise to power who is strong enough that the nearby clans will submit to his leadership and form a single frost giant kingdom. Currently, wait, where are the female frost giants though? Currently, a frost giant named Uttar, a self-described descendant of Kelvin, has united a few frost giant Dale clans under his banner. There you go. Now we're gonna kill him.
Otara Iporara.
Okay. Alright, you snivelings. Maybe I should do this as Dritz again. Dritz has cool dialogue. He does. I don't know. What do you guys think? 4 seconds. Okay. Okay. Ghosts of the past. Intriguing. Look at that guy doing like a upside down. Meanwhile, I made it. Thor. Here we go again.
Kelvin's cairn. Sacred ground for frost giants. I'll see them sealed into this tomb alongside their greatest ancestor.
This guy doesn't have bad dialogue, though. They all have some cool stuff.
Want to see my collection of toenails? Absolutely. Humans, dwarves, and even a wraith.
Toenail collection.
Wraiths ain't got feet. But I wonder what part this is. Get the barbarian.
They're still tough. Oh no!
I won't survive much longer.
Damn. He's so tall.
Another chance for glory!
You don't gotta kill me.
Yes, I do.
Every wraith tainting the statues of Tempest must be destroyed before moving after Uttar.
Is it doable? Or do I need Dritz? Or to farm more? I'm gonna try to kill this guy real quick. hurts. I could upgrade my weapon though, but I think we're okay. Good night, Evan Testa. Thank you for watching. Have a good week if I don't see you. Monday is over. For me. That's fine. It's only a couple more points. I don't think it's gonna make or break this run. Be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. After that last guy, this is like DLC. Interesting. Strats. Come on, bro. Common chest guard. Ouchie. Maybe I should do this with co-op. Restart the whole game? I don't know. It'd be too easy. Maybe I should.
How long we gotta wait for Utar? Oh, until he's done. He's getting the mask, and then we march on Tentown.
One all alone here, boys.
What? What's that?
Got me a target.
Just one? Too easy.
You might be right.
Hammer smart.
Can't win like this, can we?
You're no match for us, barbarian.
Back to your holes.
Ragged shit.
Death is awaiting.
Time to add to my count!
We're so dead. We're so dead.
My blood is ice.
Rise and face me, giant!
Gallus weeps for this one.
Interesting. Well, let me think. Always be Dritz. Always be Dritz? Or invite people to the game? Let's see what I can upgrade.
Anything and everything for the discerning barbarian. Come see me when you're back, eh? My favorite ragged barbarian. Now you might not die so fast.
Hopefully.
Works for me. Sweet upgrade. Nice. Always got time for my favorite ragged.
Frizzo. I don't know who's going to join on a Monday at 1 o'clock in the morning, East Coast, but we'll see. I could just be Dritz, though.
What's going on, neighbor? Nice. Now you might not die so fast. So long, Drizzt.
Now the trophies appear. Wait, why doesn't this show that other yay? Those who worship Christian Bone like a god are troubled souls, manipulated by the shard to do its perceived bidding. Their twisted belief system is barely understandable, but their fantasism will always make them a threat. Garn and Murden, these two brothers held the entry of Bangor's spawn, part of an advanced force of Dugar meant to secure their foothold in the Dale, while their armies marched in from the Underdark. The chef was revered among his Verbag kin, a master cook who treated dwarves as if they were shellfish. The stew he made was an abomination. Truly. Level 9. This guy already did this quest. Level 9, that's such a big difference. I think they're talking.
Kelvin's cairn was named.
Why can't I hear them? Might just be just this. That's fine. She's high level. Wait. Maybe I should just be Drizzt.
Levistus has sent his legions to Icewind Dale. Yet I fear the worst is yet to come. You know I would never leave you. But I sometimes miss the forest where I met Mushi.
Oh, hey. I don't know why I can't hear them. I think they're talking right now. Or maybe they're in a menu. someone joined. I'll switch to Barbarian. Oh, he left. See, I would have switched. Wait, did he leave? Yeah.
Oh, my.
Yeah, it works. He's level 20. It's gonna be way too easy. That's all we got, though. What the frick? I mean, I can make him tougher, but it's gonna be tougher for me, though.
Arrows of might!
Oh, God.
Kelvin's cairn was named for the great frost giant king of old who was buried beneath it.
To increase the difficulty. Maybe I just needed more level ups. Me underwears.
The United Peoples of Icewind Dale.
Vagina.
The United People.
Nani?
Still got some fight left in you?
It seems I have no choice but to fight on until the fighting's done.
Gonna have to poo-poo.
Verb. The United Peoples of Icewind Dale had defeated Kessel's armies and destroyed his...
I don't know what to do. What do I do, man? Gotta do this.
So long as the shard is still out there, this will never be over.
No, don't skip the cutscenes. Please. Don't skip the cutscene, man. I want to see the cutscene, though. He's level 20, though. How can he be a warrior when he does all the warrior stuff? I mean, what can I do? What can I do? He's too OP. These are the only people playing in the world. My glass is on to hear them. Yorova? Have you been smoking a little? Because, I mean, that's ridiculous. I told him not to skip it, but I skipped it. I already saw that. Oh, wait, oops. Yo. I already saw that one. I saw that cutscene. But everything after this, I didn't see this one. After this. Yo! Oh, that guy left. Okay, that's probably for the best.
and his frost giants
he's level
make for
20.
Kelvin's tomb.
He was level 20.
The dead will stir in their wake.
That guy left. He's level 20.
Well, neither am I.
Nope. Yo, it's probably better that he left because he's level 20. It'll be too easy. It'll be too easy, man. Oh, God. I'm eating some rice, some Chinese food. Rice.
Okay, whatever we killed that, I'm taking their body. Always figured you for a teacher. Body parts is over. It's buttons where all the real shine is.
Oh my God, they're so strong still. Whoa, crap. Wait, we have to go back. Alright, we have to change the difficulty. The difficulty, I put the difficulty higher because that level 20 was gonna come.
Kartik Stoneroller here, your friend Regis.
I put the difficulty to a higher difficulty because that level 20 was in the
Where is
party.
that lays about?
But he left.
We need him on the
Let me change it back.
battlefield.
Oh, shit.
Really?
Alright, she left.
Said the war was over.
She left
But
the game.
He also said
Bruh. I'm done. Multiplayer. You know what? I'm gonna poo poo. I'm gonna poo poo my pants. I mean, no. It's I'm gonna install a game. We're done. No, I'm gonna try to join someone. I don't know why I can't hear people. Oh, I did hear someone before. Let me see what happens if I join someone. That's a cool emote. It's pink. All alone. Well, I'd have to grind levels. I'd rather do that with people, but sometimes you join people in a mission where they're ahead of you in the story, but maybe they might not be. We'll see. Probably not. I don't think anyone's playing this game. Who dat? Is that the same person who left before? Let's see who this is. Level 1. Okay, I'm down with this.
Gnolls. Are there any creatures more vile?
A level 1 Andy. Wait, how is she level 1? I can't be. She's wearing blue armor. What? Combat power 2500. How is she level 1 though? Huh? What? Huh? Is she a hacker? I'm scared. She has 0 XP. It can't be. What? Wait, you guys seeing this? This can't be real life. This can't be real life. Why do they say vagina in the first lyric? I don't know. Did you guys hear that? How are you level 1? How are you level 1 with 2500 combat power? Bro, this guy has everything. Oh god. Yo, I called her out, dude. She must be a hacker. Alright, I got a mission for us, man. I got a mission for us. Do you want to do the Mask of Kelvin? If you do, jump and swing your hammer. If you don't, just jump. how you want to do that? Well, I never did it before, so don't skip the cutscenes. I saw the first cutscene, but then I tried to fight the frost giant, but he's too difficult for me. Unless I want to farm some levels.
Say he's to blame. Once Rumblebelly
I could
gets
use
under your
Dritz. He's level
skin,
7. Wow,
it's
he's
hard
level
to get him
5. Too late. Hack command. I think that guy was a hacker, dude. There's no way. That must have been a dev or something, or a hacker. Either one. Could have been a dev testing stuff. Alright, just don't skip. Don't skip any more after that. I haven't seen the rest. Why didn't he pick up the loot?
This is Kelvin's cairn, sacred ground for frost giants. Yet I don't know if I've ever heard of them venturing to
The Undertaker's here.
And so we should be wary about what draws them here now.
I ain't got a clue. Oh, boy, it's a pickle.
All right, Yorova. Have a good rest of your rest. Thanks for stopping by. Get the algorithm going crazy right now. They're like, what the heck? This guy has another viewer. That's impossible. That's impossible. Oda! Oh, come on, bro. He knows what he's doing. I think he did this before. Level 8's not that hard. Not that easy to get. Not too easy. I don't even have a level 8. Dritz is level 7. Vagina. I can't get it out of my head. That freaking song. How'd I get past everything? I think I might die here. Need that 12 gold. This guy's dope. There's a guy up here, man. Crap! Don't give up, Mr. Smiley. Come on, man. Oh, the battle's already.
I am alive again, risen from the dead.
What? This guy needs to die already. What the heck? Oh shoot. Nice, I got an epic ring, bro.
When Utar claims Kelvin's match, we'll finally get to wipe out 10 towns.
Right.
Oh! Worth it. Teamwork. Right, he's level 8, he's having trouble. Bad timing. I'm gonna rest, bro. Is he back, that guy? Have you done this one before, this mission? If you did do this mission before, jump and slash. Oh, wow. It doesn't say anything in the, when you're with someone. Crikey, mate. Yes. Jesus. Nice. There's a ladder up here, There's some extra stuff up here, though. I don't know, man. There's the extra stuff up here. You don't want to check this out? Extra stuff, man. I mean, that's cool and all, man. I mean, shoot, I should have just came back when I'm like higher level. It's hard to solo this. I don't even know if I can. If I got level 10 or something. Cold? Blorp. Good to have you, Blorp. Damn it. Now, is he healing? What's up, Blorp? Good evening. Thanks for joining. Thanks for following. Welcome. Give me that tribute. All right. He might not be down for the completionist run. Trying to do this mission. The Deepest Sword. What's that one? Oh yeah, on TikTok or on YouTube. Probably TikTok. That one. That video blew up. That video blew up. No. Thanks for checking it. You're probably the only one. The TikTok video. Righto. That's cool. Upside down? There's a big cave.
Wait for Utar. Oh, shut. Until he's done. He's getting the mask.
Through
then we
Steam.
march on 10 towns.
YouTube. Through Steam. Oh, that's interesting. I never heard that one. So that actually matters. That's crazy. I'm surprised. Hey. I don't want to die here. That game was fun. I'm guessing you've played it too? Have you got the 3-minute achievement? I don't know if we can win. I don't know if we could beat this mission by ourselves. Too bad people can't join mid-mission. Like a checkpoint system. Worst time. Wow. Whoa. I only did it one time. Oh, true. Well, I'm flattered. I've heard of Dark Alliance. I'm gonna help him out. Short rest. What do you think? We should probably do the checkpoint. Actually, it's good. I'm not sure if we're gonna survive this mission, honestly. It's pretty fun. I like it. I'm liking it. How many playthroughs? Have you watched a lot of playthroughs? I'm honored that you saw mine. If it was just one, I was the one guy. The one playthrough guy. How do we get on there? What is that? That was the first one. Wow. Interesting. I think I was the first guy to post a video on Steam about that game. What happened to my controller? Hidden Gems achievement. 200. Cool. So maybe that has to do something with posting it first. Because I'm sure people have other videos that have way better editing or something. Views might go by who does it first. I don't know. I'll have to check that out. Maybe it's just lucky. Luck of the draw. This guy's purple. Damn. Crap. Damn it. Random chance. Wait, there's a weapon there. Man. We're being... My stamina's a little getting lower. Yeah, I've been playing this game for a while today. I'm trying to get some progress because I only stream like 2.5 hours every day. But some games you need more time, so here we are. We're putting the time in. Putting that time in. We out here. Get out of there. This game's crazy, man. The grind. Alright, alright. Thank you very much. Thank you. True. Gotta respect it. You gotta respect it. I'm gonna rest again. Yeah, we need a rest. We're doing it, buddy. I just met this guy. It's just me and him. If he leaves, I'm dead, pretty much. Oh, God. Weird looking thing. Wow, look at that. Wow, look at that. That's beautiful, man. That's freaking beautiful. It's Jurassic Park. That is pretty. Okay. Wait, there's something over here. Did we get this? I think we did. Roll. Yeah, that was a good Steam game. It was free to play, short and sweet, and there's more to do if you want to. Try to get all the achievements. Pretty solid game. I think they have more games that the developers who made that. Get some more games. Cursed giant urns. Damn, holy crap, how'd that do double hit? What the frick? Okay, I'm gonna back off. Jesus. Oh, we got him. Crap! Crap. Crap, dude. Yo, get the frick. Why did he just randomly popped up? Hello? This game's only $30, or is it 40? I think it's 40. If you're looking for something. Well, here it is. I mean, it's not the best game ever made, but it's like arcade. Four-player co-op. Level progression. Different characters. Different class. What the freak? Well, that's cool. That's a cool tray down there. Yeah, Middle Earth. True. We're dead. There's no way. There's no way. How are we gonna win? Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, nice. Oh god. Ah, shoot. I should have did the spin. Bugger. He's healing. Is he healing? Oh! Get that! It's pretty full. Oh yeah. Yeah, try not to do that. That's a bad habit. I do it all the time. I used to. I try not to. I already bought every. I used to, but I bought every game pretty much. What the heck? Oh! I bought some games. Something is missing. Oh god. There's always one of these things when there's a flame. Hello? It's the Green Lantern. Epic Warhammer. Nice, I got an epic weapon. Figured I should let him know. $30 games? That's at least like an hour each. That's a whole day. Check down here. Yeah, we already were here. Yeah. Just do what you want to do. Play what you want to play. What do you really want to play? What's the most important thing in the world to you? We're dying a terrible death. Oh god. We could run past him and hopefully there's a chest with some potions in it, or just try to fight him. Okay. We're good. Crap. Messed it up. I messed it up. I thought it was RB, not RT. I messed up, bro. No. Oh God. I won't blame you if you leave. I won't blame you. Damn, man. We can actually run back to just where we died. I think all the stuff is looted. All those chests are already looted. It doesn't make sense to fight them again. Crap. Where'd he go? Oh, he's there. What just happened? He doesn't dodge at all, this guy. Shoot. What is that? I feel like that's a missing placeholder. Nice. Alright, Blurp. Thanks for letting me know all that stuff. That's cool. Interesting. Steam videos matter. Steam videos matter. Oh, he was already here. This is different. They don't really say much in this if it's multiplayer. I don't know what's going on. Could be lag. Single player seemed much more NPC talking to each other a lot more. I don't know. God, these guys are tough. Oh, I guess fireworks. I don't care. Flag? Well. We don't really have to rest, but at this point, get the checkpoint. We're almost done. This has been a nightmare. So I learned not to do this without a full party or higher level.
Now I have to reset the Seal of Tempest to keep the dead suppressed.
Reset the temple. Is this the guy from the Planet of the Apes? The actor? Nothing there. All right. Look at this dude. Gonna seal the gate now. Looks pretty sealed to me. Oh. The husk of the thing. Dragonbane. Jesus. That was rude. That is something else there. Okay, that did some damage. He's going for it. That does so much damage, whatever that is. That ice punch. No shot, dude. That guy was easier than the whole mission. It's that ice punch. Nice. We did it, man. Okay. Alright. What? Team attack.
Do I get a title for all that?
69. There it is. Gold. 12,000. 12K. Wait, how the hell did he get 8 legendary? Oh, that's just crystal. Was my mic on? Push to talk just is disabled when you
Wolfgar! Even bigger in person. Kartik Stoneroller here, your friend Regis told me you'd be by.
Regis sent you?
Can't say he's to
Or is
blame.
that lays about?
Once
We need him on the
Rumble gets
battle.
under your skin, it's hard to get him out.
Regis sent you? Enough about Regis, okay? Epic. 2 out of 8 pieces. Ultimate fragments. Ultimate fragments. Gain frenzy below 40 hit points. He left. Someone else joined though. Oh, well, everyone's like higher level. People playing this all day.
I think you're still growing, Wolfgar. Yep, I'll take that. What a deal. Wow, all this? Mine now. Wow, all this? For me, you shouldn't have. Sure, why not? Yep, I'll take that. Bargain. Sure, why not? Yeah, I can sell that. Come by anytime.
People coming and going.
Chalk up one for me, Wolfgar.
Everyone's like level 14, bro. What do you do? What do you do? Get level 14 too. I'm on level 6, man. I can't believe it. The Fury of Icewind. Yeah, boy. Yeah, everyone's a higher level than me.
That again?
I said everyone's a higher level than me.
Should definitely bump up the difficulty too.
Why? But why? Are you gonna use level 1? Thirsty water? Using level 1? Yeah. Oh, at 14. Yeah, but won't it still be hard for me though?
What level are you?
Let's all just be Drits. I'm level 6, man. I'm level 6, man.
Oh, you're good, man. Bump it up to like 4, 5.
Alright. Man, let me tell you about it. I mean, if you guys want to be the barbarian, I'll let you guys have the barbarian. Just let me know, man. Holler at your boy, 420. Elemental penetration. That might be what's that ice punch doing all that damage. Blacksmith. I see.
I got everything a Regid needs. Now you might not die
Damn it.
so fast. That's a step
Damn
up.
it!
Now there's a look.
Crap.
All right, looking good.
Wasted all my money, man. Wasted. Who are you? That's a lot of moolah. I need 3. You gaming tonight? That's right. Indeed. You know it. I know it. Everybody's talking about it.
Yeah, I can tell that. For me, you shouldn't have. Sure, why not? What a deal. That works for me. Bargain.
Ultimate fragments. That could be good.
For me, you shouldn't have.
Alright, so we're doing this mission level 1, or you wanted to do the max level?
Like 4. Start with 4.
What does that mean, 4?
Kelvin's
Legend? I can't even. I mean, it's in the orange, man. I don't know. Are you serious right now? Are you serious? Right? What do you guys want to do? I mean, I'll do any mission you want. I mean, except the. You guys sure about this? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I'm scared.
You're good, bud. You're alright.
Yo, is it just me or the song? It says vagina, man. Yo, don't skip the cutscene. I didn't see it. I never seen this cutscene before.
Yeah. I wasn't really looking for that, but I guess so.
The music's too loud. What? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Maybe. Alright, we out here. There's a chest back here, man. They didn't know about this chest. They didn't know. I want to get one of those foot pedals you can use as a push to talk. Those foot pedal push to talks. You guys are zooming through this mission, man. It's over. It's already over, man. Spoiling the whole game. It's over, man. The whole game. That's okay. Common bracers. I think they skipped the cutscene. Weird. Dude. I don't want to just be carried the whole time, man.
Look at these dudes.
Wonder if they're real or statues. Look like statues. God. I think it's killing everybody. Oh God. What the freak? You should have rested. I see. This is crazy. Stop doing that. This is crazy, bro. Nah, man, this ain't happening. It ain't happening. This isn't fun.
Yeah, no, it'll happen. Don't you worry. Gotta split them up a little bit. They're really tough and they're...
What about Twisted? What do you think about Twisted Water being level 1 right now? What do you think about that?
Yeah, it just means you get to duck and roll a little bit more.
Got it. What the frick is going on here? Are they hitting each other? Are these monsters hitting each other? That's pretty great.
just let him go for it.
They might be mating. There's too many. I got an achievement for that. He left. On one door flat. Gosh. Shit. Dang it, Bobby. What the freak?
Oh, that was close.
I poo-pooed my pants. Nah, man. As team leader, I'm gonna ban you guys. I'm returning to camp. Returning to camp. Okay. I'm cutting the chicken's head off.
Wolfgar! Even bigger in person. Kartik Stoneroller here. Your friend, Regis, told me you'd be by.
Regis sent you? Where is that lazabout?
Laserbear.
Oh, Really?
Where's
Regis
that
said the
laser
war was
bear?
over, but he also said that I should stay here and make sure you're supplied.
Make sure you're supplied. Guardian spirit. He left 2. Man, I knew that we couldn't do that one. I don't know why people always like, they're like, I'll be fine, but it's not fine. It's not fine though. They don't say like, oh, I was wrong. They just leave. They just leave. Okay. Okay. What if I join someone? I want to join someone. I don't want to be the host. I'll be Dritz just because everyone's Dritz. They'll think that I'll change my character, which I will. Level 1. Oh god. That's okay. Oh, he left. Music's loud? No shot. Really? Maybe. Is it loud? Why does it only show 3 of the trophies? That's okay. Spoilers, there's 6 more bosses. So he was a big boss, that mage. Big boss. I don't get it. How are they level 1? But then they have that much combat power. It doesn't make sense. It's gotta be a glitch. I don't trust like that. In case. I need to make rooms. Oh crap, whoops.
I hope you've never regretted traveling with me. Though I'm sure doing so puts you in danger.
Level 1? No. It's not, it doesn't show their level all the time. They have much higher combat. They have 1,000 more combat on me. What? The Order of the Light, the one light. Which one is that? Oh god. Level 6 difficulty? Why though? Okay. I guess. This ought to be interesting. That's a team attack. Our team 25 revives. Oh god. What? How'd I do that? I don't know how I do that, but it happens. Oh crap. Oh. Uh-oh. Why are people doing this high difficulty stuff when they're not ready? I mean, I guess. Maybe they are. I'll try to force respawn. What? I'm dead. He's not even breathing. They're not gonna skip it. I mean, they're not gonna rest. People are weird. Let me tell you about it. Because I am also a people. I'm a people, I know these things. It's just a waste of time. I don't want to leave. I signed up for this. Can't be the guy who leaves. Can't do it. Hope for the best. Try your best, hope for the best. Crap. Epic chest. He's just going for the chests, this guy. A brilliant strategy. Nope. Just a numbers game at this point. Where are they going? Oh God. Maybe they're on to something here. Oh! fell out of his boot. What the heck? Curse. Where am I? How did I get here? Jesus. I was with the other guy. What the heck happened? Ah. True. Oh, this could be bad. What is this? No. We should rest. They're not gonna... It's okay, I guess. We should really rest. No, it's fine. I guess, This is kind of weird. Something weird about this whole thing. There's always something people, like, gotta do. It's like, oh my god. Pokemon cards, you gotta buy all the packs. Buy all the boxes. Dark Alliance, you gotta play the hardest difficulty. No resting. I mean, that's cool. Next up is World Hunger. They're gonna solve it. They're gonna do it. They got him. You get hit once, you're dead, pretty much. Oh god. Oh my god, dude. What the? What? I don't even know what killed me there. Oh. There he is. We're all dead. Why are you still attacking me? That's good. That works to our advantage. was too close. I feel so useless here. Crap. Wow, he froze. Okay. I'm done, dude. Frostbite instantaneously. Nani? Bro. Unbelievable. Pilafy. Epic rare. Greed has gotten to these people. The rares. The rare. Okay. Weird. Sad, really. Sadness. Truly. That's cool, actually. It's the best thing. That's what it's all about, man. They're so evil, but they're not evil enough not to roll out the red carpet. Oh, that's the old, that's from the, I don't know. Use it, man. How did I jump? Let me help this fool. How did I do that? Bad. No music. It's glitched. Damn. That was dumb. Oh my god! I don't even know what killed me that time. Actually. What the heck is going on? That's what's going on. Total party wipeout. Okay. I hope they leave. Oh, we're right here. How'd that happen? That was the checkpoint. Alright, guy. I thought we had to walk all the way back. I mean, okay. Probably should try to focus on one guy. This guy. I'm useless. That guy's AFK, I guess. Want to go pee-pee? So where do you go if you respawn? No, don't tell me. Okay, yeah, it's right here. It's right here. Why is it aiming at everyone but the guy? I'm done. I'm done. Worthless. Jesus. Why are you going after me, man? No. I'm out of here, man. I'm helpful. I'm useful. Oh my god. Just stay away from them when they do that. I don't think we should all be clustered over there. That's what I think. Damn. Oh, we did it. What? Huh? What? Okay. feels, I don't know. I am the lowest level here. They killed him, man. Let's see my score here. Zero. Okay. Holy crap, what the heck? What? That feels so like that feels like I'm cheating. What the heck just happened? Instead of grinding, you just do one mission and get carried and then you're good. What? No shot. Legendary equipment. That's crazy, man. Weird. How about that?
Wow, a drow in Icewind Dale. I mean, Regis told me you lived out here protecting everyone, but you know, you guys don't have the best reputation.
I'll protect the Dale with my life. But who are you? You say Regis sent you?
Kartik Stoneroller, Merc.
No one cares. I mean, yeah. Who sent you? Look at this cape. Katanas. I'm like completely OP now from that one carry. Nani? It's too good. Now I can act like I don't know nobody. Grants vampiric and frenzied adrits. You gotta get whatever that is.
All right, Riz, take a look.
Weird feelings. I guess you could just make another character. This could be my cheating character, my cheating character. It's purple.
See ya, Drist. Take a look.
I'm broke.
Gee, thanks. Mine now. Wow, all this? No takebacks.
I need to keep that.
Wow, all this? Now there's a look. See you around.
So they just spam this one mission. Interesting. True. Thought you had to fight the boss here? I guess not. Alright. Let's see what they do. This is all they do, is it?
All of this. The war. And now this aftermath. All driven by Kessel. And for what?
Rare armor pieces. That's what. Oh, the battle's ready. Battle's ready.
Our plan was sound. Kessel's gone.
Okay. They're still tough. It was a different mission. I completely missed or didn't have any effect on him. Okay. I hate that it looks down automatically when you're reviving. He's just standing there, man. Menacingly. Oh, see. That's a ton of XP. Hey. Three monsters killed. All right.
Just let the hammer do all the work.
How much money we got? Wow. 18K per run. Per run. Damn. All right. It's a crazy game. That's kind of cool, though. Once you start getting stuff.
A drow in Icewind Dale. I mean, Regis told
What
me
else is there to do, I guess, if you beat the game?
You know,
Mhm.
you guys don't have the best reputation.
Well, the good news is my feet are toughening up. I haven't done this much marching in a near century.
Perhaps you should spend some time with my people. They'll run you for all.
What?
There's a lot of cool armor. Whoa. That critical though. That critical though.
Take a look through here. See ya, Drist. All right, Drist, take a look. Uh-huh, that'll do. Just take it already. Good eye. Commerce rocks.
Bombs.
Later then.
It almost feels like Regis placed a spell on Kartik, doesn't it?
Regis seems to be able to talk people into things he really shouldn't be able to.
Dragonborn. Dritz Racing.
Emperor Ham.
Emperor Ham.
My hammer beats you to the kill, Brunner.
Do you have the tally, Wolfgar? My blades claim another, Brunner. Are we still counting? And another falls to my blades.
Dritz. I think everyone went to bed. Awkward. I think now I can do those main missions with Dritz. For sure. Dritz is now God. Of course. He's Dritz. It looks really cool. I like this look. It's like some Fortnite skin or something. What? Yeah, now I could probably do this pretty easily. But I don't want to just keep using Dritz though. But I don't mind doing that for the main mission. Ooh.
We had sealed Hamburg within his canyon. But left unchecked, he would eventually break free. If that happened, all of Ten Town. We had sealed Hamburg.
Wait. Probably shouldn't use Dritz for this. Whoops, wait, don't do that. Cancel. Cancel. I should be going to bed, though. I don't want to go a step too late now. Do I? Do I? Of course I do. Man, compared to Dritz now, they're nothing. So that's how everyone's leveling up. Someone just carries them, then they carry them, then they carry them. Or something. Weird. Very strange. Oh. Guardian difficulty. So no one wants to play these lower level missions usually.
Regis Pulse is gonna be back soon.
So what's the point of the multiplayer now? If everyone just wants to do the same mission to get epic loot, for what? Weird. Weird. Let me see how strong he is. This might be a little difficult. I'm not that overpowered here. Current loot 2k just off the bat.
I hope this Hamboo does have the shard, so I can smash them both.
Hamboot.
I haven't seen Hamburg in a while. But you can't see him. What? Because he's invisible. Alone enemy. Keep your distance, Regan.
Ouch. How far is this place?
For the
Distracted.
Axeman!
Might as well get that.
And now dwarves. Will I kill next? I wonder who built Kessel's crystal tower. Get up, tough boys! The barbarian has to
There's just some glitches with the audio.
probably ate him. Get up, tough boys!
Audio glitches. I don't remember this. Oh yeah, this part. Ow. I'm surprised you could just run past these guys. Oh yeah, this one.
Gonna stink up my tower. You got big feet. Needs a good backstabbing.
Not bad.
Gotta get me a rigged.
Now we'll see.
This totem's magic is dead.
Bring me his ragged pelt. Keep your distance, Regan.
What?
Take me, unleash the Zard's power.
Okay, it's not too easy.
Totem powered down.
Probably gonna die actually.
That's it. One totem left.
Whatever that move is really strong.
Bring me his ragged pelt.
Oh god.
Wounds take their toll.
The barbarian. No. I caught one.
Damn. Don't do it, man. Don't spawn me at the beginning now. Even though it's understandable. It is. But, okay.
That's the one. The ragged betrayer. He's a good backstabbing. The ragged's big and slow.
Shoot. I can't let them attack me. And here we are. Here we are.
That's the one. The ragged betrayer.
Betrayed. I didn't betray nobody.
This totem's magic is dead.
He's dead. So am I. Just let people know that that one totem bandit is dead, though. What if I can't do this battle? Try again.
No barbarian's gonna stink up my tower.
What?
Ragged shit! This ragged backstabber needs a good backstabber!
Ah, that's crazy.
I did it! I hate elves!
Use the bombs.
His ragged pelt!
Totem power down.
You stay away from my totems!
This totem's magic is dead.
Backstabber needs a good backstabbing!
Archers. That's not good. Jesus. Oh my god. Okay. The archers? Okay, it's too tough still. Apparently. It's too tough. It's hard to gauge these. I can't solo it. I mean, I can, but it would be too much effort. It's too much effort, bro. I mean, Dritskin could do it. For sure. For sure, man.
No
Our last try.
gonna stink up my tower.
The archers, I mean, there's not much. Kill the minions first, I guess. Because they have lower HP. Faster to kill.
Your ragged toad.
powered down.
Okay, go after that barrel. Why not? Why not?
Don't make me unleash the power!
This totem's magic is dead.
It's all about this one.
This ragged backstabber needs a good backstabbing!
Who said that?
His ragged pelt!
He's down to his last totem.
Don't make me unleash the Shard's power!
Okay.
You got a big feet! This ragged backstabber needs a good backstabbing!
True. Alright, alright. Oh god.
Make it slow.
I was invincible! No barbarian's gonna stink up my tower!
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna kill this guy like with this. I only did this with an archer. Come on, bro. That's ridiculous.
Wounds take their toll.
Oh no. I don't know, we're dead.
Wounds take their
Where does this move? I've never seen that one. Yeah, it's over. Damn, that's actually tough without the archer. Or being OP. Damn. Okay. This game's tough. Interesting. Yeah, just because it says 1500 doesn't mean you can't. Just because, I mean, it doesn't mean you can do it. Without straining, much strain. So it's best to do one below that. Probably. You would think. Trials of Tempest. 1250. We tried to do 1500. Okay. I don't know. Pretty much just get carried, level up, and then go back to the other missions and do them. That's basically it. Otherwise, grind. One mission per level. 30 minutes a mission. Solo. With friends. So the moral of the story is, with friends, you get higher levels quicker. Pretty much.
Brought a book. Take a look. Good
All
luck
right.
out there.
I'm gonna call it there. Yeah, it's late for almost everybody now. Everybody in the world. I'm done. Exit. I'm not gonna play anything else tonight, actually. I was gonna play some more, but I got caught up with that. Learned some more about the game.